Looks like we're all set. Good evening, everyone. We're here for this evening's special commission meeting, Tuesday, May 9th, 2023. Call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Groth.
Here.
Vice Mayor Amsler.
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Oliveira.
Here.
Here we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. No one ever knows when. Who starts? We gonna start? You gonna start? Okay. Let's begin with our public comment. We'll begin with comment here in the log cabin, please. Anyone can start.
Hi, good evening. Gage Hartung, 1029 Northeast 114th Street. I'm speaking as resident owner myself. I'm not, can you hear me? Hello? Sorry. Gage Hartung, 1029 Northeast 114th Street. I'm just here. This is public comment. I'll speak on behalf of myself as a resident owner. I hope that you will pass this ordinance. It's something that is, I believe is necessary, and you're seeing homes being demolished and new homes starting to go up, and I think it will change the character of this village. I just want to remind, that the Board of Planning and Zoning that I'm able to serve on is we're all homeowners and residents too. So hopefully you take that in consideration when you're weighing the comments of the pros and cons. So I will make myself available to introduce the memo at when would you like, and that's my time.
Thank you.
Dan Keys. I would like to ask you not to pass this ordinance as it's been proposed to you by the board. I'm not in favor of these 20% numbers that are in the document. I'm very concerned with my property values. It will change the property values moving forward in this community drastically if implemented as it's written. I do not believe that the documents have I do not believe that the various depths of lots in Biscayne Park have been evaluated in any way, shape, or form to see the what that 20% number actually means to those properties. I believe that the document that sits in front of you is most definitely produced to give homage to privacy to the next door neighbor. Okay, I don't agree that that is a right of my next door neighbor. Okay, as proposed, this document will severely affect the way that I can develop my particular property. Coincidentally, and I'll say on a general thing, whatever comes out of this meeting, you need to go back to the beginning. Somebody needs to go back to the beginning, or several people, or all of you, and read every proposal that's in there and see if there's continuity between everything that's there. And hopefully you'll give us an opportunity to pipe up later on.
Janie Anderson, 11th Place and 119th Street. I think when you have the members of Planning and Design Review, the people who professionally and as board members have to work with these ordinances, have to know these ordinances, when they're telling you that this is a good ordinance, that is something that is needed and they can work with it and they feel that it is the right thing for this village, I think you got to pay attention to that. you know, when you see old, dilapidated, uncared for homes torn down and replaced, when you see people add on, that's a good thing. I don't think anybody's arguing that it isn't. What concerns many of us is in the process. Do we lose the character? Do we lose that which makes us unique, different, a village? What probably attracted all of you and everyone here to this village in the first place. So that's something you've just got to keep in mind. If we lose that, and right now we seem headed in the losing it direction, then what makes us different? What makes us worth 9.5 mils? Thanks.
Good evening. Good evening. John Bennett, 24-year resident of Biscayne Park. Of course, I'm concerned about property values and whatnot, but I'm more concerned about the aesthetics of our village that seem to be getting away from us slowly but surely. You all have seen it. I am highly concerned about my privacy on my property and the ability of my neighbors to build up what we're seeing pop up all over this village. And if this ordinance resolves that or limits it and protects my ability to have my privacy, I am all for it. I'm willing to discuss with any of you who wish to. Thank you.
Mr. Bennett, I'm sorry. Would you state your address for the record, please?
823 Northeast 116th Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Laura Heller. I also reside at 823 Northeast 116th Street. And again, I also have been in the house 24 years. And I love Biscayne Park. I'm here. You've never seen me probably ever at a meeting. I'm here because this is very important to me. I take a walk every night at 7:45. I probably shouldn't be telling you that because now you know where I am. But I'm out walking around every single night. And I can't believe what I'm seeing. And I am very much strongly in favor of this ordinance because I need for this place to remain how it is. I need for the village of Biscayne Park to retain its aesthetic. I need that for my soul. I know that sounds very heavy, but that's the truth because I am walking. I love our medians. I might even join the median group, the Parks and Ways group, because that's how much I'm affected by this. I'm getting crazy walking and seeing all the demolitions, 10 in the last 3 months, and knowing that what's going to go up is going to look like the monstrosity on the corner of 117th and Northeast 10th. That little picture looks like a public building, like a library. It doesn't look like a home. So we really need to have the aesthetic of our park taken into consideration. We have to submit paint colors when we want our house painted. Okay, so there are limits to things. We have to get our driveways approved. So it's not any big stretch of the imagination that we would need to limit and have rules and regulations about new builds. That's what I have to say.
My name's David Gruen. My address is 11520 Griffin Boulevard. I am on the Planning and Zoning Committee, but I'm coming as a resident, not as a member of the Planning and Zoning Committee. So, and I believe a couple of the points will be covered a little bit later. But it was nice enough to be able to have some direct conversations with some of you commissioners prior to this. So I'm just going to say in basically 4 short points what I think was covered in some conversations and not kind of covered in other conversations, which is I think that Biscayne Park is incredibly blessed to have had the planning and zoning members and boards that it's had over the past 20 and 30 years because of the fact that in my time being on it and watching it, the willingness to basically negotiate and politically work with developers, builders, anybody else like that that's coming in and wanting to do things and using basically our one weapon that we have of needing to be harmonious with the neighborhood has saved a lot of angry and upset current residents. And so I'm strongly for, and I was not originally in the first drafts. I was actually originally against some of the first drafts. And as it's gone through iterations, I'm strongly for the passing of this. Because one thing that's definitely not promised is the future of what the planning and zoning boards are, and there's nothing that says that they have to continue to act in such a kind of protective manner of what Biscayne Park kind of means from an aesthetic. Something that I would like to give you guys context. So I own a financial company, right? And one thing that we see all the time is people, I guess you could say, value engineering projects that they're doing on their own house, right? And they come to us, for instance, I'll use the example of metal roofs. And they say, I want to go from tile to a metal roof, right? And their fascias and their overhangs aren't the right things. We turn around and we say, hey, sorry, you can't have a metal roof unless you do this. Okay, I'll go back and I'll fix it, right? We never hear from them again as a metal roof person because we know, because we've seen it so many times, how expensive it is to extend and change those pieces. What happens is they come back 3 months later, getting a tile roof and perfectly happy to do that. Why? Because they went and talked with a professional that then told them, hey, look, this is the value engineering. This is the cost to make these types of changes. I say that because I work with lots and lots of extremely wealthy clients in lots of different areas, and I have lots of developers that go in and do exactly what we're kind of dealing with here in lots of different areas, right? And if you understand the way that the banking system works, right? If you've owned a house in Biscayne Park for a period of time, and you want to all of a sudden take the entire first floor existing building structure and raise it a story, add another floor. I'm not an architect or an engineer that would tell you that it would take 2 years or 3 years or whatever. But what I'll tell you is you can't go to a bank and you can't get a HELOC that's going to be able to cover that type of cost. You aren't going to be able to get a mortgage for that type of cost. So how you're going to be able to fund an entire second floor raise, which then is how you create kind of the 30-foot side walls and everything like that, is going to have to be cash, right? In vast majority of situations, I don't want to say that anything as an absolute, right? And so the issue is who are the people that can build those types of structures are the developers, the people that look at a 8,500 square foot lot and say, oh, my building size is here and this is what it is down in the Grove. And it's a lot easier for them to be able to turn around and justify. That's why we're starting to see a lot of people that used to pull lots of permits and do lots of construction in these other smaller areas coming up here because they have the cash to be able to do that. And our existing residences, they don't have the ability to go out and financially do that, even if they go through the process of engaging with professionals. So I think when somebody sits here and says, hey, I've lived here for 30 years, what if I want to put an entire second floor size on, right? That is technically what their right is, but I would challenge that they probably have not gone through the process of actually seeing what that costs and what that process would be, and understanding the amount of time that they would be out of residence and everything like that. So I think that somebody else is gonna address at some point, or you guys might have comments as far as building lot size, right? And the last major point that I would make is in addressing kind of privacy concerns, right? As far as, hey, is it my privacy or is it my neighbor's privacy? Whose responsibility is that, right? I looked this up before coming here. So this is according to Miami-Dade's number. So I hope that I'm not speaking out of turn saying here. Within a 1 mile radius of this address, there's 12 registered sex offenders, right? You are allowed to do that in Biscayne Park. There are areas that you're allowed to do that, right? And so there's nothing that controls who your current neighbor is, and there's nothing that controls who your neighbor chooses to sell their house to, right? So the analogy that I'm going to pull in here is if you've lived here for 30 years, you already have lost certain property rights along the way. Why? Because you used to be able to build a chain link fence that you could see through, that any 3-year-old could climb over and fall in your pool and drown, right? We changed those laws because enough kids got buried, right? And so the fact of the matter is we live in a place where we sit there and say, okay, I would like to not have a giant all glass thing that's looking down into my kid's backyard, because there's no expectation of privacy in a front yard, right? But you should have an expectation when you live in the United States that if you want your little kids to be able to run around in the backyard, you don't have to worry about who necessarily is living next to you and looking in on you. And finally, something that I think that we always get caught up in, but I think that's the most important part is what Biscayne Park's variance process is, right? You guys are the elected officials. There's currently one empty seat on our board. We are not elected officials, right, as the Planning and Zoning Committee, right? So the fact of the matter is that I vote for each one of you commissioners, right? And I sit there and say, okay, for the future of the value of Biscayne Park, important decisions like a variance, because these codes and these laws should be written for 99% of the houses that exist, not for the 6 folios in Biscayne Park that are in a weird situation, right? Those 6 people should absolutely be able to come to, whether it's your commission or whatever future commission, and have them have a level-headed discussion and conversation about making a variance for that specific person, right? And if you sit there and say, oh, it's a financial punishment, the $250 is going to be a lot less than what it costs to build a second floor. And if you guys want to down the road discuss maybe some piece of code that says, hey, we as the variance group and the commission can choose to waive that cost, that's a you decision, right? So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Montori. I live at 1004 Northeast 118th Street, Apartment A, America. But I have lived here since I was 8 years old. I turn 33 tomorrow. I have seen this place change very much in my life. And the way that I see Biscayne Park is that it's facing several existential threats, some of which we can control, and some of which we can't. And I'm definitely of the mind that those that we can control, we should try our best to. So what I see happening here is the swift overturn of homes and the building of these new McMansions essentially is a threat to the heart of the village. And the reason that I see it that way is because what these people are doing when building these homes is cashing in at the highest dollar amount that they can. Now, I understand that property is partly about having something that you can fall back on, something that you can sell. Flipping homes is a thing, and I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. But I do think that if we allow people to do whatever they want with these properties, then we're going to lose what makes this place special. And we're not going to be sitting here with the benefits. Somebody else's. We're going to be sitting here with a village that nobody wants to. And at that point, who's going to pay the property tax to live here? Who's going to want to move into this place? How are we going to fund anything? I would sincerely like to ask you to adopt these measures, and furthermore to consider further measures down the line to protect the character and the heart of this village.
Mr. Manager, do we have any comments via Zoom?
If anyone on Zoom would like to comment, please raise your hand. Mayor, I'm showing Bob Anderson.
Okay.
Let me unmute him just one moment.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Bob Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. I think this ordinance definitely needs to go forward. It is a good compromise on helping to keep the village without changing too quickly, but allowing some change to go on. It's called progress. But you have to put some curbs on progress, not just blindly leave it and let it go. Otherwise, we will start to look very much like our surrounding cities. And it has been brought up by some of the speakers here. Why would people want to be moving here and pay what they have to be paying in taxes when they could be moving a few blocks away? That it all looks the same. We're unique, we're special. Let's keep us unique and special. And as far as privacy goes, remember your setback from your side property of your house is a minimum of 10 feet. And if your neighbor can go ahead and put a two-story house 10 feet from their property line, you got 20 feet between the houses. And a neighbor right now can have all the glass windows and whatever staring right at your house. And it's been brought up by some of the residents, well, plant foliage. Sure you can. Look how tall a two-story house is. To block those second-story windows, and you only on your property have 10 feet, you expect to be able to be planting trees that'll grow up 20 feet, 25 feet to give you some privacy. Those trees are only going to be maybe 5 to 8 feet at the most away from the side of your house. And most people don't like to do things like that because they think of hurricanes. So you're forcing people to be putting them into a position that they don't want to be. I'm not saying that someday in the future things will change, but why do we have to change it so quick? Let's go step by step. And I think this ordinance is doing the right thing. It's allowing some change. And let's see how it works out. Thank you.
Do we have any other comments by Zoom?
I'm not showing any others.
Okay. Madam Clerk, did you have a few to read into the record for us?
I do.
Okay.
The
Good, please.
first one is from David Raymond. From what I saw and heard at the last workshop on the ordinance, the only thing some commissioners agreed on was a height restriction of 30 feet. I asked Gage about the 30 applications for new construction, and he said none of the buildings were over 30 feet. So if that is the only thing you all agree on, nothing will be accomplished, as it did not seem like everyone agreed on the second story setbacks. Personally, I think more landscape needs to be built to address privacy issues. This could be accomplished in the same way the village requires hedges outside fences on corner lots. Also, if you look at the house going up on 117th and 10th, it looks like a lot of concrete covering the ground. I'll repeat what I said at the last meeting: more trees, less concrete. Global warming is here. We are on the forefront of doing something socially and environmentally responsible. Thank you for listening. Good luck on your deliberations. He didn't include his address. The next comment is from Bryce Lazenfelser. I'm sure I butchered that. His address is 864 Northeast 117th Street, Biscayne Park, 33161. I am in full support of the McMansion plan. My family and I moved to Biscayne Park in 2020 for its charm, safety, sense of community, and privacy. I feel that this plan helps preserve all of the reasons that we chose Biscayne Park as our home. I hope that the commission will see the importance in saving what makes our neighborhood so special. Thank you. Mayor, those are the only two comments I have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Having completed public comment, do we have, and we're going to be discussing this, but do we have any specific commission reply to comments at this time? Nope. That's okay. We're at commission reply to comments if there are any specific.
Thank you for showing up again and again, for taking the time to meet with us and help us understand and the drawings, the conversations, the math. Thank you very much for that. It's really appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner. If there are no other replies, we have one additional item on our consent agenda before we move into our old business. So for the consent agenda, do I have a motion and a second to approve it?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Commissioner Kennedy, second.
Second.
Second, Vice Mayor Amsler. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We pass a consent agenda. Let's move on to our old business, our ordinance land code development. As we've all seen in our materials here, we have some updates from Planning and Design Review Board. I understand we have the chair here. If you wouldn't mind step up to the mic and kind of walking us through the memo that you prepared for us so we can talk about the new updates, please.
Hi, good evening. Gage Hartung, Chairman, Planning and Design Review Board. Thank you for having this meeting. So last workshop that you had on this topic, there was directions sent back for Mr. Alex David and the board to take a look at this language, and I believe that it had a lot of confusion that we never really the last meeting you never really even got into the beef of it because it was so caught up in the minutia of it. So the board on its April 3rd, April 17th, and May 1st meetings re-reviewed the language in the architectural design section, as well as comments that, based on comments that were made from the dais and from the public, and some of the public comments were reviewed. So what we did is we looked at it, and we basically realized that though the language was clear to professionals, the term frontage and a lot of the language was just absolutely confusing. So we looked at it in a different way. We went back and we eliminated a lot of language that was duplicates of language that was already in the code, that there was really no reason to have it. We added some additional definitions for interior exterior lots. We clarified some language regarding non-conforming lots, which I know is concerned. There's a lot of lots currently in the village that are non-conforming, that if they came in for permits, they would not be eligible to get a permit because of the way our code is currently written. So we addressed the non-conforming lots. We did clarify the basic flood elevation per the Florida Building Code. We did look at accessory structures and felt that was something where we could consider limiting it to 1 story, because the accessory structures are able to be built in the rear up to the property, the setback lines, and they typically are, garages or workshops and such. So that was an opportunity to limit the impact. And again, that's something that, a lot of us are getting caught up in the words of privacy and such. And it really is all about the impact of new development on the surrounding neighborhood and your neighbors directly to the sides and to the front. One of the comments from the last meeting was for us to look at the Indian Creek Village Code, because there was it felt that was something that would work for us. So we did look at it, and we did bring in part of the code, which was we encourage creativity in the type of construction that is being done, as well as we added the word style to it, because we felt that there was a chatter out there amongst that we were only allowing boxy white, marshmallow houses now, and that's not the case. It never was the case. We never were. There was never any discussion nor legislation proposed to limit the style of homes. So that just reiterating it, and again brought in something that from another village that we thought worked. We also looked at the Indian Creek language and felt that the articulation part of the proposed code already addressed that articulation. Indian Creek, their code is written for sorry, I almost said a bad word, big houses that are 50-foot setbacks. They're mansions, that really does not apply to us. So really what we focus on is just the side and the rear impact. So we did bring that in. Excuse my, I was saying that. We clarified the language on the 20%. on the sides. It was the way it was written previously. There was not a definition, and it was not clear that what we were speaking to was the interior lot setbacks. Is that what we're referring to on the 20%? With a maximum of 30 feet. We did discuss it. We went through it. We looked at, we came to the 20% from an average of a Biscayne Park lot. So if you took a 150-foot lot, which is kind of the average, there's shorter ones, there are longer ones. 20%, came to about 30 feet. On those lots, so again, we're trying to write for a predominant amount of properties. We did hear the comments about concerns about neighbors in the rear. Currently our code of people, somebody would be able to build a 2-story house at the rear setback, 10-foot rear setback, and that would affect the person behind them. And, whereas in a front yard, you have 30 feet to the street, the rear, you only have 10 feet. So conceivably somebody could build a 2-story structure on the rear setback. So we looked at it and said, why don't we apply the same logic to the rear that we do to the front? So we proposed doing a 20-foot setback on the rear of the lot, so that it would not be imposing on the rear property owners. We also, there was a lot of chatter about balconies and clear story windows. People were confused or they were against it. So what we basically did is we eliminated that language, and what was already provided in the code, which was the term impede visibility. So we had already proposed that in the language. And so what we are saying is now is people, if they want to have windows on the sides, they can, but they need to just be designed in a way that they impede the visibility. It doesn't say you can't have it. It doesn't say it's not allowed to do it, but it needs to have some creative architecture done, or something done in a way that, with a screen or something that would impede on the back 2/3, as well as on balconies. So if you were to do a balcony, you would have to do it in a way that it's not going to be facing the neighbor. It would be done in a way that it would, you're impeding, basically. Again, we're trying to use that word. We loosened up the language. It's not as strict as it was prior, but it's also giving the planning board the tools that it needs to work with developers. The last meeting we had a developer come in, a representative of a developer to come in. And again, it's not about developers. It's just that these are the people that were applying last week, where they pretty much just said, I don't care about privacy. Let the person plant a tree. Unfortunately, that doesn't really sit well with me or with the board. We do care about how what's being approved does affect the neighbor, and how it impacts the neighbor. So having somebody say, I'm designing something per the letter of our law, and I don't really care about the neighbors, it was very shocking to us. So having the language in there talking about impede visibility for the second 2/3 on the second story would give the board the ability to work with developers or with applicants, I'm sorry, to design something that is cohesive and does blend in with our village. And the final thing was, two more final things. We just cleared up some language regarding roof decks. Again, the same thing with roof decks. We do have a 2-story height limit, but doesn't say that you can't have a roof deck on top, because the roof deck is technically not a story. So if we're saying you have a 30-foot overall building, you can conceivably have a 30-foot roof deck overlooking your neighbors. So the same thing applies to that, like it does with the second story. We just are saying that if you are going to do it, you have to do it in a way that impedes visibility, which means placement and such. Again, letting the professional architect or builder or whoever or is designing it come up with a way of doing it and working with the planning board. And then the final thing is that there was some concern about the limitation of windows, the types of windows, the materials. So we just basically struck that and came to the conclusion that as long as it has a Miami-Dade approval, then we're going to consider it. So it can be made out of steel, glass, bubble gum, whatever. As long as it has a Miami-Dade product approval, we'll consider it. And then the same thing with the colors. We struck the language regarding the limitation on colors. Just like a paint permit needs to come. If it's not a pre-approved color, it has to come before the board. So the same thing would apply for window colors in the board. And that pretty much is our recommendation, the memo that was sent to you. And I do know that the vice chair of the board, Mr. Leva, has actually done some drawings for you. And he would like to present and go over those with you too, so that you can get a better understanding of exactly how this affects properties in the village. And I believe he actually used some of your actual properties, so you could actually relate to what can be done to your property. So whenever you're ready, I'll let you introduce him, and I'll pass to Mr. Leva.
Thank you, Gage.
Thanks for the
Are
introduction.
we gonna ask Gage questions now, or do you want Ed to do his presentation and then we can ask everybody questions?
I'd like to see the presentation first. I think it'll help us interpret some of the changes that have been proposed. So, Mr. Leva, if you would, please.
Edward Leva, Vice Chair of the Planning and Design Review Board. Thank you, Gage, for going over some of the edits that we proposed to the ordinance. As Gage mentioned, I thought it would be useful to see how some of this applies in reality, right? We talk about it here, combing through the language, but it's very abstract. We're not talking about a particular property. We're talking about technical zoning terms that aren't always clear what they mean, what the real impact of those are. And I think even for some of the residents who don't necessarily understand some of the verbiage, have maybe fears that are unfounded about how it impacts their property. So I wanted to address that. I thought it would be useful to use some of your properties, since you're the ones who are making the decision, and make the application of these changes a little resonate a bit more with each of you. Sorry, Commissioner Amsler and Gonzalez, I didn't use your properties, but happy to do it next time. And I also wanted to address a couple of particular fears, concerns, comments I'd heard from the public, either at the prior hearings or at our own Planning and Design Review Board hearings. A few of the ones that are sort of the standout comments are, these changes are going to diminish the value of my property because I can't build a large house, and you're impacting my resale value, my equity, so forth. Some concerns that these 5-foot setbacks create sort of awkward impacts to a first floor, because having only a 5-foot setback means I might have to have structure on the floor below, and how do I accommodate that structure? Is it going to cost me more for this new structure since I can't build directly on the existing exterior walls? Is it going to impact my floor plan? And then a very valid and important one is how do these changes impact, not the developer, but the average homeowner who has a modest size home and is outgrowing that home and has children, grandchildren, whatever the case may be, and they just want to add a little more square footage to their home. Are they going to be able to do that in a reasonable, cost-effective, and efficient way, right? So those are sort of the three items I wanted to address with 3 of your properties to try to see how that might be the case. So I emailed each of you drawings. I think there's a larger copy here if any of the public wants to see the diagrams. In the set that you have in front of you that I handed out, I added a 3rd page to each property that has missing, because sometimes that's a little bit easier to understand than a 2-dimensional diagram. So let's start with the first one that I used, which was 821 Northeast 107th Street, which happens to be where Commissioner Oliveira resides. That lot is 75 foot wide by 53 foot deep. Total square footage is 11,475 square foot. Very common size lot in the village. Actually, all 3 of the lots I used are approximately similar in size. And I felt that they were representative of many of the properties in the village. They are also all interior lots. Commissioner Amsler, I believe you live on a corner lot, which this ordinance doesn't impact. So nothing changes for you, but I chose the 3 that are interior lots because the proposed changes in this ordinance impact you the most, right? So the first thing I wanted to address was you're diminishing the value of my property because now I can't build a large home. So on the screen there, the 2 diagrams to the left are showing your buildable area. That is not the footprint of a home. That basically defines where on the property you could locate your home, no more than 30 feet from the front property line, no closer than 10 feet to each side, no closer than 10 feet to the rear. That shows both first floor and second floor. So under our current zoning, there's no distinction between the buildable area or where you could place a home on the first or second floor. Because we don't have anything that addresses the second floor specifically. However, what you can see right away is that max buildable area takes up approximately 6,215 square feet. Well, we have a 50% max lot coverage rule in the village. That is not changing. That's not part of the change to this code that's existing. And with a 11,475 square foot lot, your max lot coverage is 5,737.5 square feet. So you could not build a home that took up that entire buildable area. It would be too large. And also you have to take into account that everything you put on that property counts towards that 50% max lot coverage. So a driveway is going to count towards that. A patio is going to count towards that. A pool is going to count towards that. Any hardscape will count towards that. So to the right, what I'm showing is one scenario, right? There are very many different scenarios or conditions of properties in the village. I could only handle 3 for tonight. So I'm showing maybe a typical one, has an average 4-car driveway and has a pool, a modest sized pool with a modest area of hardscape, right? So the driveway in this scenario takes up 600 square feet. The pool and the deck takes up 576 square feet. So what's left over as a maximum possible footprint for a home would be 4,555 square feet roughly. In our current code, you could duplicate that square footage on the second floor. So in our current code, with this scenario, with this average size lot, you could have a 9,112 square foot home, which would exceed the size of any single family home currently in the village, or anything that's been proposed in recent months by applicants at our meetings. So this shows you what our code allows you to do today. So what would be the impact of these changes? So the next page shows again on the left, the maximum buildable area, right? Note that the first floor footprint does not change. There is nothing in these proposed changes that impact a first story or a single story home. So for every resident in the village who is thinking of adding an addition to their single story home or demolishing and building a single story home, nothing in these changes impact you, right? We were only talking about small, modest changes to what you can do on the second floor of a home. So the diagram to the left has the same 6,215 square foot buildable area where you could place the home. The one just to the right shows what you would need to do on the second floor. Now you cannot duplicate that mass on the second floor. You'd have to set back the rear 20 feet. And on the sides, the interior side lot line buildable area, which is the length you have left over after you take the length of the depth of the property, which in this case is 153 feet, subtract the 30-foot front setback, subtract the 20-foot rear setback, which applies only to the second floor, right? That leaves you a 103-foot long interior lot line buildable area, right? Of that 103 feet, what this ordinance suggests is that only 20% of that, which in this case is 20 feet, 7 inches, can be directly at the minimum 10-foot setback. The remainder of that floor plate has to set back an additional 5 feet, right? So that's what the diagram second from the left shows. Note that that 20-foot 7 can be wherever the homeowner and their architect decide. It can be subdivided in any way they decide. I'm just showing a simple example of 20-foot 7 bump out, but that could be a 10-foot bump out and a 10-foot 7. That could be 3 bump outs of roughly 7 feet, whatever they decide. They can subdivide that however they so choose.
So depending on the lot size, it could be up to 30 feet, right?
Yes. So some of the larger lots in the village have depths that are 350 feet deep, right? In that scenario, we're saying the maximum is 30 feet. The average village property that's 150 feet plus or minus, they're not going to get much past 20 feet or so on this rule. So they wouldn't bump up against the 30-foot maximum anyways. Those two diagrams on the left show your buildable area, again, where you can place the home. The two to the right are saying, okay, in this scenario, what is the maximum size home that I can now build as a homeowner of this lot? Again, same driveway, same pool, same first floor footprint, right? Nothing impacts the first floor. So you can still place 4,555 square feet of home on your first level. On your second level, I've shown to the right, again, one example. I've divided the bump out into 2 bump outs on the right, left a single bump out on the left. This can be reconfigured in a million different ways, but this is one example. But based on this scenario, I can place 3,937 square feet on my second floor. So after the lot coverage for the home, the driveway, the pool deck, the maximum first floor footprint, the maximum second floor footprint after these additional setbacks, you're left with an 8,493 square foot home. Okay, again, larger than any single family home currently in the village. So the next page, and that's not going to be on your, I didn't send that to Shantae before, manager. So it's not going to show, but it's here, our simple massings. But the point of this diagram was just to show that these changes to the code, while yes, they are slightly reducing the total square footage that you can develop on this property, they by no means are diminishing the value of your property, because you can put an 8,500 square foot home on this property. Again, bigger than any home in the village currently or proposed in the 3 years that I've been on the planning and zoning board. So this is a very basic, simple example. You have a massing that just is a cubic massing, but it's intended to just show you how much area I could put after, if I'm impacted by these regulations, right?
Ed, can I ask a question?
Of course.
So the first example,
Uh-huh.
Commissioner Oliveira's house.
Yeah.
This is done on it's not actually her footprint, like you said, this is just.
Correct. These are
the
the
lot.
first 2 examples are the property. If I own that property and I'm worried about the impact of the value of my property, if I want to sell it to another owner or developer or whomever, and now you're saying, gosh, the value of my property is less because I can't build as much as I could previously. I'm saying you can build a substantial size home even after the implementation of these additional setbacks. These setbacks are minor and moderate, right? So that was the intent of that first, and I did a massing just to kind of be clear, also to show the concern about the architectural character that we're impacting, right? By right, someone can build that extruded 2-story, 35-foot, whatever the dimensions are, box that is, 83 by 50 feet, 5 feet, right? Or they can be forced to introduce some articulation of the side of the envelope with these setbacks and actually maybe have some architectural character to the house, right? So the idea that somehow we're restricting designers' freedom, again, I disagree. There's infinite possibilities to do even accommodating these sort of minor setbacks, right?
Just one comment on the what could be done if we don't take the setbacks, like the square, right, that we see.
Yeah.
It wouldn't necessarily, and it's a question on how this is approached by the board, look this way since we don't allow one single roof height, right?
True,
So
true.
you
They
have-
could jog the roof in one location.
Yes.
Right. Good point. Should have been something I put in that diagram.
Okay, so
Yeah.
just trying to think when. how
But
do
you're
you see
thinking,
that?
but that applies to flat roof homes,
Yes.
right? So that same diagram, if I put a gabled roof on it, it would be one gabled roof
Correct.
and it would be a massive extruded, gingerbread home with a gabled roof, and it would pass our code by the strict rules of the code. And
Got
if
it.
someone came, an applicant, and said, I'm doing this 82 by 55 foot extruded 35-foot tall box, you can't stop me because that's what the code allows.
And if I may, and a second question, so how do we mitigate right now if we see, so just to go to the example, so when you see a box like this come to the board for approval and they know a developer cannot do one single sort of flat roof,
Mhm.
how do they mitigate it? Do they just put a very small foyer, the entrance, and then they call it a day because they complied, or how do you see that happening?
They could, right? Again, they
Yeah.
could come with that massing with a S-tile gabled roof, and we could politely ask them to provide a more interesting design, work with us, adjust the massing.
Got it.
They could choose to, or they could choose to tell us to pound sand. That's what the code allows. Let me get my attorney to come to the next hearing if you're not going to approve it, right?
Thank you.
If I may, a
Um,
couple of real quick things.
Yep.
So the page that you added for us with the 3Ds.
Mhm.
You could, this is just showing the boxes. You could
Be-
drop any kind of roof design on
Correct,
these things.
because
Okay.
for the first and because I wanted to avoid that
It's
concern.
fine. I just
the
wanted to
next
clarify.
3D
I got it.
Shows some typical gabled roofing,
Okay.
because I also don't want, I wanted to address the concern that this ordinance is somehow driving the way
Dictating or
to
limiting
modern
styles.
home,
Got it.
right?
Okay.
The
my bigger
first
question-
study I wanted to do was primarily to address the square footage, not
Got
the
it.
roof
I got
profile.
it. It's the box.
It's the box. It's the
no,
square footage.
I got it.
That's what I
Okay.
wanted to.
My bigger question is on the second example, on the example you gave of how it could be built on the second page for Veronica's house.
Yeah.
That 20% where the second story can butt out to the setback line.
Mhm.
It's 20% of the length of the buildable area, not 20% of the size of the building. So that's correct, right?
It's 20% of the length
of
of the
the-
buildable
Of the
second
buildable
floor.
area.
on
of
the
the second
second floor,
floor.
which is going to be different than the
Right.
first, because you have a greater rear
Understood.
setback.
So that's why it's the same distance, but proportionally looks larger when you see it in application because the house isn't being built to the full buildable area of the lot.
Because you can't, I mean.
Right, exactly. So that's why,
Yeah.
because in the first example, it looks like, oh, they can't really do much there. But when you see it in practicality, there's, oh, well, you really can because you're not building to the full extent of the buildable area.
Correct.
Okay,
Again,
that's-
why
I
I
just wanna
wanted to
make sure I
show an
understood that.
example of the max buildable area, i.e. where you can place the home on the lot, but you cannot develop a home that size. If you're going to have a driveway or anything else is going to limit the size of the home,
Right.
right?
So the point of this exercise for this first one was Veronica's going to demo her house. She's going to build something new. And this shows us that the house can be very, very large, much larger than anything that's currently in Biscayne Park. So your point here is if anyone's worried about the value not being what it could be, this is showing that really is not something we need to worry
It-
about because you can build a huge, huge house.
It's an attempt to show that under the current zoning
Yep.
and under the proposed changes to
It's
the
not that
zoning,
much different.
there is a difference. It's slightly less square footage, but it is still a generous amount of square footage that a homeowner can put on their lot.
Wanted to make sure I got your point. Thank you.
Can I jump in since we're all
Yeah.
jumping in?
Your property.
Sorry. Yeah, right. This is clearly not happening on my property, guys. Okay. No, this is so, I'm very, very thankful. I actually meant to shoot you an email saying thank you for sending this because, it's the different ways of getting the message in, right? Sensory wise. So, and this question may be very, very elementary and off. Okay. So I'll just preface with that. So I noticed that the septic tank is not noted, right? Doesn't that affect sort of the buildable area?
Sure.
What, we gotta get that out of the way, right?
Sure. Which would reduce the size of the current zoning home and the new zoning.
It affects on
right?
both, but
Correct.
it definitely affects this square footage,
Correct.
possibility.
Yeah.
Right? Definitely. Okay. And then the only other question I had regarding this was my lot being, 11,475 square feet. What about a smaller lot which was sort of addressed earlier that,
Yeah.
the size of my lot is the size of 99% of the lots here or
Yeah. I don't know the
what percentage
is,
are
but-
non-conforming or
Yeah.
that are going to be 7,500 square feet? And that, because I noticed with Commissioner Kennedy's example, the square footage really goes down drastically.
It's a
Um,
totally different scenario I'm trying to show there. though.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
Nothing to
'cause
do with
that
the
was-
lot size.
I said,
Yeah,
"Whoa,
I'm just trying to
okay."
make a different point with that study.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
got it. So I'll wait for that
But to
then.
answer your question, yes, a smaller lot under our current zoning code, or these proposed changes, is going to
50%,
yield a
still
smaller
50%.
home. It's my point again with this is that all else being equal, whether you have a driveway and a pool or a driveway, a pool and a septic field, or a driveway, a pool, septic field and a accessory structure, or a driveway, pool, septic field, accessory structure and a badminton court, all else being equal, the difference between what the current code allows and the proposed modified code allows is a small difference and you-
619 square feet.
in this
Just
scenario.
not-
Yeah.
In this scenario, it's 619 square feet. I guess to me, it comes back to it's 50-50. 50% green space is required either way. That's the constraint. That speaks to this village's mission.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
And I'm
No.
sorry, I'm going to ask one more real quick question, just for a point of reference, because I understand all of this. First of all, the septic tank can go in the front yard too. So And drain field. So
can.
that kind of helps with that problem.
Yeah.
In that.
And
setback,
in a new home,
30
it would
foot
have
back
to
setback.
as well.
Yeah,
So
okay. So my question is, in this example, and I know I can't hold you to this, but generally speaking, as an architect, what is this house? I know what it is in terms of square feet. How many bedrooms and bathrooms is this house? Given the normal kind of, I mean, can you do a
yeah.
5.4 in this amount of space comfortably with lots of living space and laundry room and
absolutely.
all of
yes.
that? Okay.
I would
So-
say so. yeah.
Okay, so you can build
Yeah.
a big luxury
I
house.
mean, the home that is the poster child for overdeveloped properties in the village, I think is maybe 5,000 square feet total on 2 stories, something like
Yeah.
that. And it's got 6 bedrooms, 5, I don't know the exact, but
Okay,
you
so
can look at
build a-
that to say,
You can
what
build a
can
big luxury home. That's what I wanted to hear is lots of bedrooms, lots of bathrooms.
yeah, there is a reason that there are no homes that size or proposed that size in the village, because this is an 8,000 square foot home is a very large home, right? Most of us have anywhere from 1,800 square feet, maybe 3,600 square feet if you have a larger home. Those are our average 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 4-bedroom, 2-bath homes. Again, someone's welcome to build a 8-bedroom, 6-bath home if they want. A property that my company developed is a little bit larger. It's more like 12,000 square feet, right? But that had, I want to say, like 8 bedrooms, 7 baths, a garage, a gym, a media room, an office, a kitchen, a living room, a dining room. So 8,000 square foot provides for a very generous size home with a very generous number of bedrooms and baths. Okay, so again, the first example was just to show you can still build a very large home on that sample property. And again, there are infinite number of scenarios of as-built conditions of drain fields, other things you might have on your property, and they're going to affect you under the current code or under the proposed changes, right? So the second example, which is the property at 862 Northeast 111th Street, which happens to be Mayor Groth's property. I wanted to show a sort of different scenario, which is to address this concern, complaint, objection to the 5-foot setback. That somehow that is going to create an awkward floor plan at the first floor. You're going to have structure interrupting a bedroom or something on the first floor. You're going to have to add additional structure in an odd way. What people fixate when they say that is the 5-foot setback. It is minimum 5 foot, right? You can set back greater than 5 foot. You can also set back both the first and second floor 5 foot and have a continuous vertical wall. No one is saying that you have to have your first floor setback at 10 feet and your second floor, for the 80% that you can't put at the first floor line, set back an additional 5 feet. So I wanted to show a scenario where you just set back all the home 10 foot, except for the portion that can be at the 10 foot, all of the home 15 foot back, except for the portion that can be at 10 foot, that 20%. So again, similar size lot, buildable area diagrams on the left. This lot is 11,550 square feet, so slightly larger than the last one. The max buildable area, again, where you can place the home on the lot, is 6,270 square feet. But again, that is greater than the lot coverage allowed, which is 5,775 square feet. So to the 2 diagrams to the right, I'm showing a potential footprint of a home under our current code. So again, same driveway size. Here I have a slightly larger pool, similar kind of pool deck area. So the driveway is 600 square feet. Pool and deck is 760 square feet. That leaves over a total possible footprint of the home at 4,415 square feet. Again, under our current code, I can duplicate that on the second floor and develop a 8,830 square foot home without any additional setback. So that's scenario under the current code. On the second page, again, max buildable area, first floor doesn't change. Second floor, it is reduced, 20-foot setback in the rear. A maximum of 20% on the sides can be placed on the 10-foot setback. In this case, that's about 20 foot 9 inches. And again, that can be placed and subdivided or moved in any way a homeowner or their architect sees fit. To the right is a modification of the base plan that I showed on the previous page that basically steps back the home to 15 feet everywhere except for that 20% that can be placed at the property line on the second floor. So it shows that you can design a home that is very similar to what you could do under the current zone code without having to deal with an additional setback on the second floor that maybe you think is unattractive or not the architectural character that you like, or will create additional structural costs, right? You can configure the footprint of the home in such a way that where you have 2 stories, you can have a continuous vertical wall. It just means that only 20% of that vertical wall will be set back 10 feet. The remainder will be set back 15 feet on both the first and second floor, right? Now, is that going to create a smaller home for this homeowner? Well, again, same driveway, same pool and deck, same exact footprint on the ground floor, 4,415 square feet. No change from current zoning. It's just been reconfigured, adjusted, modified the shape of the home. And on the second floor, in this scenario, 3,819 square feet, right? So again, total possible square footage of this home under the proposed changes to the ordinance, 8,234 square feet, larger than any home in the village, right? No step backs, no, if you find it awkward, setting back a second floor. So this is where the massing maybe is a bit more helpful in that particular example. So the next page in your packet shows that there's no setbacks. Now, I have front and rear setbacks that I've shown, right? Because you do have a 20-foot setback at the rear. So I've set that back, but hey, that's a nice little terrace off the master in the back, right? Perfectly usable space with that setback. And in the front, I've set back a little bit over the garage. But these front and rear setbacks, they're not anything unordinary or unusual for 2-story homes with gabled roofs, right? It's very common. They don't create any odd structural conditions, right? They just create articulation of the mass, right? So to me, if you look at the 3D massings and you look, what can a homeowner do today? What would a homeowner have to do under the proposed ordinance? I think you get a much more interesting massing of a home. Now, again, it's one scenario. There's a million different scenarios, right? But not only do you not have any second floor setback, but you also have a sort of well-articulated side elevation of the home, which is something else that we're trying to promote in this code. So, you kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. You get the additional setback that we're asking for. You get the dynamic, undulating, articulated side elevation so that you do not have 60, 80 feet of a monoplanar homogeneous 2-story wall, right? And you get a considerable amount of square footage in this scenario. And you get gabled roofs homes that version shows, not the white cube box scenario, right? So that was sort of the intent of this one, that you can avoid the setbacks if you want, still have a massive home, not have any structural acrobatics. You just need a setback first and second floor, 15 feet.
So then the other thing I'm seeing here then is if I visually lop off the gabled roof off the top of this thing and make this a flat roofed house, however they have to meet those requirements, but it ends up being a flat roofed house to whatever degree it's allowed to be. This could also then be an example of people who want a real contemporary straight line design that would have to meet some other qualifications per the code, but they could accomplish that style. So this is also demonstrating that style's not being limited. I'm just asking because this shows a gabled roof thing, but this could very easily be a very contemporary design, big tall walls, that straight line kind of effect that some people are looking for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
This one particularly wanted to show the gables
I
to
understand.
avoid
I understand.
the assumption that we're somehow driving everyone to have very modern homes, right? Any questions about this example?
I have a couple. On the 3D that you produce for the growth property, where would, and this jumps straight into the suggestions, where would you consider windows? Considering the 2/3, so I don't know if you want to pick one of those models. So,
Yeah.
and what are the current tools? So you would ask people to mitigate privacy?
Sure.
When, where would they go and how do you mitigate?
Yeah,
privacy?
I mean, it's a bit difficult to answer the question because.
Yeah,
there's
no,
a
I'm
million-
talking about
Yeah,
this.
even in this, right? There's a million ways in which you can, locate windows. So again, nothing in the code prohibits windows in spaces, right? They can be frosted windows if we are concerned about privacy. They can be clear stories, right? They can face the rear. With these bump outs, you can place windows that are facing more front and rear and not side, right? Because now you have additional stepped in walls that allow you to place windows if you want more natural light in a bedroom, a bathroom, etc. So it actually affords additional opportunities for windows that a flat monoplanar side elevation does not afford. But where would I put them? I don't know. I'd have to take the next step and complete a floor plan to know what spaces are going where, and happy to do that if you'd like, but
Let me
Yeah.
just read you what I was referring straight
Yeah.
into the ordinance. All portions of the building on the second floor within the rear 2/3 depth of the buildable area shall be designed in such manner as to impede, by impede, I mean, we're prohibiting, right? We're
we said impede, right, which is not prohibit, right? So you
with
can,
impede
can screen,
visibility.
right? So in some cases, we've had applicants already come that are placing, let's say, a rear facing balcony, but they're placing it on the side lot line of the home. That we've had them screen that view. So it's sort of louvers. It's not 100% blocked, but it's a little more private than a wide open balcony facing your neighbor, right? So impede, we deliberately chose that word, right? Because it allows flexibility both to the homeowner and the architect. It allows us the tools to kind of enforce restrictions of some sort
Okay,
on visibility, but has just the right nuance that it doesn't say you can't place a window or you can't have any view in a certain direction, but if it's going to be viewing directly to the neighbor on the sides and the rear 2/3, do it in a way that is impeded.
so just to be clear again, so it says on the second floor within the rear 2/3, right? So if I were to go to the example that you show us in the graph 3D, and we would pick to the right, the proposed, considering pool, deck, and all the buildable spaces and the setbacks at the bottom right. 2/3. So within 2/3 on the rear, so towards the back, the first part of the house, the first third on the sides, I can have clear windows. Within the last 2/3, it has to impede visibility on the sides. It doesn't say on the sides, it's on the, into the abutting properties. So does that include the back?
No, it's on the side.
Okay, it says all portions of the building on the second floor within the rear 2/3 depth of the buildable area shall be designed in such manner as to impede visibility into abutting properties. Does not necessarily specified on the sides. That's why I was wondering. So
The intent of that is the sides. I can tell you that in no example that I've seen are developers pushing out to 10 feet from the rear, right?
Yeah.
They're usually 10 feet from the side. And so our concern is the side. Usually they're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 feet from the rear. We've addressed the rear by in the event that someone is pushing the home back or has a smaller lot or whatever the case may be, that they have an additional setback on the second floor, right? For that
Yeah.
purpose. But it's the general intent of that is the side elevations.
okay,
But that's of the buildable area, not of the structure that we're looking at. The buildable area is a measure of the lot, not of the
Correct.
house.
Yeah,
That's
it
a-
is
Those are
that.
two different measures,
It is
really.
in this scenario,
It says all portions of the building on the second floor within the rear 2/3 depth of the buildable
it is
area.
that 103-foot length.
Exactly. So it's not
on the
the,
side.
so it's not
And in-
2/3 of the building, it's 2/3 of the buildable area of the lot, which is
Correct.
measured from the back setback line.
Correct.
sorry.
That's the distinction.
So on page
So on
2 of the
on,
second
on
example.
the second page.
Yeah.
I show the the font is very small, 11 by 17, but in the larger size, that 103-foot dimension, that is your interior side lot line buildable area, right? That is the depth of the lot minus the front setback minus the rear setback. So this lot is 153-foot deep. You have a 30-foot front, 20-foot rear setback at the
Yeah.
second floor. Therefore, your buildable area along the interior side lot line is 103 feet. So in the rear 2/3 of that, we'd ask you to place
Hold
windows
on,
or
I'm trying
openings.
to call
in
you
such a
on the
way.
103 feet.
100.
Yeah, it says 104.
Oh, am I looking at the wrong property? Hold on. Yeah, I'm looking at the first property, sorry.
Okay.
104, because this lot, to be 104, yeah.
Okay, so that, so the 2/3 are, it's on the 104 feet.
Correct.
Starting at the back and measuring forward.
Correct.
Got it.
And in the example that I'm showing,
Rear 2/3.
you know,
The buildable.
of the
area.
buildable area, you know, a portion of that, it's already 20-foot rear setback.
Yes.
Yeah.
On the buildable area.
But yeah, so it's on the rear 2/3 of that 104 dimension in this particular property.
Thank you.
No problem. And again, this is because I wanted to use different examples, more of an L-shaped home that runs down the side of the property, right? In the first example, equally large home, but more forward placing with a pool in the center, very typical of the village. A good portion of that buildable area, the house footprint is not even within, right? So if you go back to the first example and compare it, you know, of that 2/3 that we are asking you not to place windows in such a way that impede visibility, a portion of the house is not even in that 2/3, right? Because it's more front loaded, as is more customary with 2-story homes, 1-story home, right? This one, I wanted to show a kind of different layout where it's kind of running down the side deeper into the property, right? And again, this is an 8,500, 400 square foot home. That's the only way you get it that far into the back of 150-foot deep property. The realistic scenario, which is a 3,000 square foot 2-story home, most of the home is sitting in the front third already, right? This is to illustrate a point, but it's an outlier. No one's doing 8,500 square foot homes that are actually running down the full 104-foot length of buildable area on the side.
Showing the extreme example.
I'm showing the extreme example.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So on this example too, on the second page, so on the second floor buildable area, it starts at 45 feet from the front, from the street. The second, you're pushing it back, right? If you go into the second,
In
a
this scenario, yeah, because
Just
you
to
could only
play around.
place
Yeah.
20% on the 10-foot setback, right? So I actually tried to have a small second-story setback over the garage in the front. Again, this is one of an infinite number of scenarios, but I also want it to be a semi-edible scenario if you're going to do an 8,500 square foot home. But I just want to make the point that not having windows or placing windows in such a way that you impede the visibility into your adjacent property for that rear 2/3, a typical home is not, the majority of the entire volume of the home is already in the first third or maybe slightly into the middle third, but rarely into the rear third, right? So, yeah, placing windows on something this massive, you have a lot of linear footage that might be in that rear third or 2/3, but it's an atypical scenario.
But sort of playing devil's advocate, there are lots of ways this could be designed.
Yes, I
That
mean,
this
yeah,
could be achieved and this
yeah, I
would
want to
come
make
into
that
play.
clear.
Yeah, you could do an open rectangle house with a garden in the center, like
a
a,
million ways. right?
exactly, and you could sort of
Yeah,
achieve.
And I
the
only
same
have so
thing.
much time in a day, so I couldn't do a million diagrams. I had to
No?
do one,
Okay.
but hopefully it gets
We'll
the
wait.
point across.
Come back next month.
Any more questions on this one?
Yeah, just, I know we're dealing in hypotheticals, and I know if we continue to deal in hypotheticals, we could be here forever.
100%.
So I don't want to go too far into that. I do have two quick questions for you. In this kind of hypothetical 3D rendering here, if you can see the one that I have, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I have it in front of me.
So the subsection 1 that Vice Mayor Ansler brought up when we talk about the placement of the windows in a way to impede privacy,
Mhm.
hypothetically speaking, would that then apply to this the rear facing portion, the one with the balcony or the roof deck here?
It's in, the intent of the code is the side elevations.
I
and the
understand the
side
intent.
That's on the property line. So on the side that's facing the pool on
Mhm.
that illustration.
Right.
We don't have that concern because now you're 30, 40 feet from the adjacent person's backyard, right?
Right.
We're not so concerned about the rear elevation. We're concerned about the side elevation.
Okay, so the intent, I understand the intent is for the side, but
Yes.
just again, in reading it the way that it's written.
Yeah.
Could it then be applied to that back, the rear facing portion of the house?
If it needs to be clarified, that doesn't say side to avoid such a scenario, then it can be clarified in the verbiage, right?
Oh, I
This
see what you're
board
saying. So
Wouldn't pose that, but that's not for future boards, right?
Yeah.
Understand.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to Gage's point, but again, on the second floor, we're requiring the setback 20 feet, so we have less concern about that, right?
Right.
Than on the side where they can build to 10 feet if they choose for that 20%.
And sorry, Ed, I'm gonna
Certainly,
go
this
back
is
to
where
the
people
same-
put their sliders, so I
Yeah.
think that's where some of this is coming in.
It's your question.
Which again is why we
And
are
in the rear-
proposing an additional setback on the second floor of the rear.
Of the rear of the home, but the rear 2/3, the language saying side, I understand why the question is coming up because typically in the rear of the home, we're gonna be putting sliders. We're gonna want to access our backyards and our pool and, or the balcony, if
Yeah,
it's a
I don't
roof
have
balcony.
A red line version of the ordinance, but
that's.
I can say that the intent is the side rear 2/3.
Yeah, and that's why
If that
I
needs to
brought
be
it up.
clarified, then it should be.
No, I just wanted to make sure, because that's what I was thinking, if it's the back, and then it happened to be
No,
where
it's-
I
the intent
spend,
is the side.
yeah, okay.
And additionally, based on the memo that we've received, subsection 2 that deals with roof decks. It's my understanding that we've kind of eliminated the restrictions that we have on balconies, correct? We're now focused on roof decks,
I think they both say the same thing about, the
right? Impeding.
impeding visibility. Yeah.
So from a design perspective, simply because I'm uninitiated.
Yep.
Would this be considered a roof deck or a balcony?
It usually comes down to the size, right? So I'd refer to that as a roof terrace if it's 25 feet wide by 10, 12 feet deep, right?
Yeah.
It really comes down to the size. Typically, a roof terrace is also over occupied space where a balcony is not.
Okay.
A balcony is a projection, right?
Okay, so this would
Have you?
likely fall more into the roof deck, I suppose.
I would
than it-
consider that a roof terrace if someone brought it before me. Yeah.
Okay, so if we assume, then it's again hypotheticals, I apologize, I don't want to do this all night with
Yeah, yeah.
hypotheticals, but assuming that this would qualify as a roof deck in this scenario, I know we're limited to the scenarios we're looking
Yeah.
at, but designed in a way to impede visibility. I know we've heard a little bit about screening. But then with this situation, I guess would have to be designed in a way that you kind of have to put screens or partial walls on either side, right?
Mhm.
So you kind of
And when you say either side, do you mean
Uh,
one
the-
side and the rear?
facing the sides of the property and not the rear.
Yeah,
of the
but
property.
again, in that scenario, we're not concerned about the side that's facing the pool because of the distance it is to your adjacent neighbor. You're not 10 foot from your neighbor. You're 30, 40, 50 feet from the other neighbor.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what I wanted to clarify, because that's looking at it in reading this and looking at this, it says to
Yeah.
me, I need to have a screen so I can't even look over my
Yeah.
pool.
No, and we've had conditions where people come with terraces like that, and our concern is the neighbor on the adjacent near side,
Mhm.
not a neighbor that's property line is 30, 40, 50 feet away.
And where within this would we see that that such type of screening isn't required after you go X amount of feet back from the side setback?
It's not, because again, we're not that prescriptive, right? The intent is there's language in the code, right? That when there are scenarios that are presented before the board that elicit concerns about privacy of a neighbor because of the adjacency of the terrace, we rely on that language, right?
Mhm.
When there's a terrace presented that is a great distance from adjacent property, we don't need to enforce that language, right? So we're not saying if you're 12 feet, then you need it. If you're 13 feet, we're saying design in a way that impedes visibility. It leaves that open to the homeowner and their architect's interpretation, but it also gives the board something to fall back on to say
Language.
you're not addressing the privacy of your adjacent neighbor, right?
Yeah, this is the conundrum, guys, that we're gonna be in for a lot of these things because we tried being prescriptive and we said, we don't like all this mandating all these things. Just kind of give them language that allows them to figure out what's best and what works. Well, then this is the kind of language you end up with where you're giving them the power to do it. So for us to say, where is it now that it says it has to be X number of feet? It's like, well, that's kind of how we did it the first time. And that got tossed to the side and said, use something more like Indian Creek and let them figure it out. So that's what they came back to us with.
So
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Appreciate it because I think that was the main, one of my main questions. I understand how you explaining it. It's meant to be, but it doesn't read that way. And so I was wondering, yes, if I would to read this, probably I would have to figure out a way to minimize every window in the back, including that deck that we were just describing.
You also, if you were a homeowner interested in developing a new home, it happens all the time. We have discussion items on our agenda. Homeowners come to clarify questions like that, right?
Yeah.
They come with a simple partie of the home they want to do, and they look at that section of the code and they say, I'm having a hard time understanding what the application is here, and we walk them through it. And so there's only so much you can spell out in any given zoning code, right? There's all kinds of nuanced scenarios that a particular property might have, or a particular desire by a homeowner, and does it meet the code, does it not? And they're welcome to a meeting, not being on the agenda for a vote, to just ask our opinion, and this board or any
Help them
future
with it.
board kind of guide them on the intent of the code in a way that, allows them to develop their property, but respects adjacent properties.
But in
right?
this
So-
case, it would be an easy fix because the point they're bringing up is valid, that the wording.
Yeah, this
So it could
particular
be easily
one-
just say on the sides
Yeah,
and
on the side
add in there on
interior.
the side somewhere, and the problem is taken care of. Yeah, because the rear is taken care of by the 20-foot setback.
Correct.
That's an easy fix. It's a couple of words. I
Okay,
want to
so
see my
jump to the
house
last
now.
one
Can
real
we
quick?
move forward,
Okay,
please?
so last example is a more realistic example, perhaps. It's more to consider the kind of typical homeowner in the village who is not looking to build an 8,400 square foot home on their property. They have, I used in this case, Commissioner Kennedy's property, which is at 11705 Northeast 11th Place. 10,584 square foot lot. The current single story home on that property is 2,361 square feet, according to the property appraiser, right? So let's say this homeowner has more modest ambitions, right? They have a growing family. They need a few additional bedrooms. They are concerned about costs. They will need to do things in a cost-effective and efficient way. They don't want to cover more of their lot. They have lots of children that enjoy playing in the yard, so it makes sense to them to put a second story on the home. But they're concerned about this 5-foot setback if I'm more than 20% of the buildable length of the home, et cetera, right? Does this impact them? Are they going to be able to build a second story in an efficient, economical way that has an efficient floor plan layout? Or is this going to create some scenario where they can't possibly build something efficiently to meet their needs, right? And I think Ms. Hill, Tiffany Hill, was at the last meeting, and that was her concern, right? She's been to our board a few times for discussion because she's considering putting a second story on her home. And she approached me after the meeting and said, "Is that 5 foot apply to me?" And I had to explain, well, it depends on what you want to do. But I was thinking of her particularly in this example. So this is Mac's lot, and that's Commissioner Kennedy's lot, and the size of the property now, which is 2,361 square feet. You go to the second page, the Mac's interior side lot line buildable area, after taking into account a 30-foot front setback, a 20-foot rear setback, is 97 feet in this case. The lot depth is 147, a little bit less. So that maximum 20% of buildable area that can be on the 10-foot setback, in this case, is only 19-foot 4 feet, right? So it's smaller than the previous two examples. So if this homeowner wanted to put a second story, maximize the size of that second story, but not have to incur this additional 5-foot setback, that means that the maximum depth of that second story would be 19-foot 4 feet, right? So 19-foot 4 foot deep by 52 feet wide in this case, right? The lot is 72 feet wide, not 75. So after a 10-foot setback, it's only 52 feet wide. So it's the smallest depth and width that we've seen of the three examples. And so the maximum floor plate on the second floor without that additional 5-foot setback would be 19 foot 5 inches by 52. So could this homeowner do anything with that dimension floor plate on the second floor, right? So for this example, I took the time to actually develop a quick floor plan, right? To show in a 19'5" by 52" wide floor plate, you can very efficiently place a sizable master suite with walk-in closet and double vanity bathroom, as well as 2 additional 10" by 12" bedrooms with closets and a shared second bath, right? So that additional, this homeowner who needed 3 more bedrooms for their growing family could place a master and 2 bedrooms with 2 bathrooms on the second floor, or a master bath and additional bath, without having to deal with any of the stuff that we're talking about here, right? Our code, these changes wouldn't affect that person, right? Who did this scenario, right? So I want to show that for the average homeowner who's just looking to slightly grow their home, not looking to what they can get from a developer in the future, or to build an 8,500 square foot home on their property, they just need a little more space and they want to do it in an efficient way. Can they still do it? Yes, they can, right? That's all I wanted to show with this example. That's why it's not a 8,500 square foot house. It's still a, generous 3,400 square foot home, right? Which is not small. And I don't know how many bedrooms. I think you probably have 3 bedrooms, 2 bath on your ground floor, right? So now this home would have 6 bedroom, 4 bath home. And the changes that we made to the code wouldn't affect them 1 iota, right? Correct. Because they're limiting themselves to the maximum footprint they would be allowed without having to incur that 5-foot setback. Correct. Yeah, I don't know the layout of your house, so I don't know if the stair works very well where I placed it. In the future, we can work a better floor plan for you if you need to grow. But so that's all I wanted to show with this, which is, I think, frankly, what average homeowner is more concerned about than massive homes. But we want to make sure that what we're proposing works for them, while also enabling the village to manage larger prospective home builders and owners and developers, so that they build in a way that respects their neighbors and the village at large.
And there's almost like an infinite amount of design opportunities in there, and choices and layouts, and I mean, go on and on and on. Okay. That was extremely helpful, Ed. I looked at this last night when you sent it. It's even better now that you explained it. Thank you.
A
Any
quick question.
questions on that one?
Yes, I just want to double check again on the second floor of the potential where you drew the bedrooms and all. How did you come up to the 1,008 square footage again?
So this particular lot, the lot depth is 147 feet.
Yeah.
By 72 feet wide, so it's a non-conforming lot.
Yeah.
So I'm, of that 147-foot deep lot, you have to deduct the 30-foot front setback, deduct the 20-foot rear setback, right? That leaves a maximum interior side lot line buildable area of 97 feet.
Yes.
So of that, you can build 20% at the 10-foot setback.
Right.
20% of 97 feet is 19 foot. It's actually 5 inches. There's a typo there. It's 19.4 feet, which is really 19 foot 5 inches.
Mhm.
So that's where that number comes from, right? So it's, the width is dictated by the width of the ground floor volume of this home, 10-foot setback on either side.
Yeah.
Which is 52-foot width. And then the depth is saying, hey, I'm going to limit myself to that 20% that I'm allowed without having to step back the house at all.
You could expand forward as long as you were to indent.
Then
5
you could
feet.
indent. So you can put more, right?
it.
This
Okay.
is
That's-
not to show the maximum you could do.
Yeah.
This is to show the average person who doesn't want to deal with that setback
Correct.
because it might have an impact on their first floor.
It's the max you can do without dealing with the
Yeah.
setback.
And I just wanted to show that you could accomplish a reasonable second floor. Again, for this particular house size and a
Yes.
million scenarios.
Yes.
But, hey, I didn't cherry pick lots. I just picked 3 of yours
Yeah.
and said, can I do it? Right. And I took Commissioner Kennedy's, which is the smallest lot.
Yeah.
Which would have the most restrictive second floor, and said,
Mhm.
could we do a decent layout on a second floor under the new code without impacting this homeowner's ability, to not want to incur these additional setbacks that we're proposing. And I think
And additional
again,
costs that would come along with them.
Yeah.
But if I wanted to go bigger, I could certainly go significantly bigger. I could blow out the back into the yard and add a second story that meets the
you
additional
could do one of
setback.
the 8,000
Right, exactly.
square foot
Okay.
developments if that's what you
Got it.
chose,
Okay.
as long as you dealt with the setbacks accordingly. So, I hope those were helpful. I just want to close by saying we're all concerned about property values, right? The members of the Planning and Design Review Board, the commissioners and the mayor, all of us care about our property values. We're all residents, right? Members of PDRB have to be homeowners for that reason, right? That we can't come in here as a non-homeowner, sit on a board and not give a darn about everyone's home values. We just want to impose our design ideas. But the value of your property is not dictated solely by the amount of square footage that you can put on that property, right? The value of your property is also dictated by the context it sits in, the character of the neighborhood that it sits in, what kind of other buildings and homes and developments are adjacent to your property, right? So we're fixated on how much square footage that we can put as the only determining factor of value, and that's a really limited view of what increases the value of your property, right? We're trying to increase the value of everyone's property.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Ed. Alex, might I ask if there's anything to add from your perspective with respect to these changes?
I think I have to congratulate the Planning and Development Review Board because they did an excellent job. Gage and I spoke a number of times over the last several days, week to finesse it a bit. But I think they did an excellent job, and Mr. Leyva explained it very well, the graphics. I did take note of the change concerning I did take note of the change to clarify the 2/3 rear. It's on. So I'd like to read that language. Could find it. So under 10.3.3 D, which is the opening locations, number 1, there was a concern about, we were discussing the rear 2/3 of the side. So all portions of the side of the building on the second floor within the rear 2/3 depth shall be designed in a manner to impede visibility. We're just adding all portions of the side of the building on the second floor. So that should clarify that comment. And then there was this one other item that was in the memo, but it's not in the proposed ordinance. And it deals with accessory structures. The board was recommending limiting accessory buildings to 1 story. It's in the chart where we talk about 18 feet maximum height. But just to clarify the accessory structures and their, I guess, definitions, we wanted to add in the back under 11.2.1, accessory structures shall be limited to 1 story. So that's just a little cleanup that we could put in the code and the ordinance.
We'd have to change the title.
Okay.
Right. Because it's dealing with chapter 11, which isn't currently in the title.
So save it for another day or?
On the chapter.
Then first we
Meeting,
forgot.
No, it's all cleaning up now.
Yeah. Yep. So it's just a little thing that didn't get carried over to the ordinance. So that's.
We'll make those 2 changes.
Thank you.
So just for my notes, Ed, I'm sorry, the title has to change for which? For accessory structure.
I'm sorry, Mac. It's chapter 11. Just that one cleanup, but it currently is not shown as being amended in the title.
Got it.
I have a question on our last workshop that we did when we were discussing the different heights. I thought we left it open that we didn't establish that was like a first floor at 18 feet. So it was a total height of 2-story up to 30 feet,
Correct.
but that we did not we didn't say that it was 18.
Maximum story
maximum
height,
per
that's one of the
story.
recommendations from the board. You,
Oh,
you did not set that. You discussed the 30-foot max.
It's not in green. That's what I'm saying. So it says maximum story height feet, it's 18 feet. It's on table A. So that's one recommendation from the board that came now in the changes. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure because it's not, yeah, but in the conversation Gage that we had on the workshop last time, I believe the end discussion was we wouldn't put a limit to the height per floor. It was open for people to decide what the height of the first floor was, knowing that the total amount of the building structure will be up to 30 feet. I just wanted to clarify that that's what we agreed.
I don't recall that.
Okay.
It wasn't the last time around. The conversation was around the fact that if there's not a maximum story height, is it called story height or floor height?
Yeah.
Floor height. That you could build, what's our maximum height we have in there now is 30 feet. I know we're going to discuss that. I hope we are. You could build a 1-story 30-foot house and we kind of talked around that, but I'm not sure we ever came to a determination.
That's why, I just wanted to understand if this hasn't been changed, then this portion that says maximum story height feet 18 was prior to our March workshop. Okay, thank you. And I think that's something we need to discuss because again, we had a conversation about maybe leaving it open to the 30 feet and people would define what the height would be. And we said, well, it would be crazy to think a person would go and build a 1-story 30-foot high, but we said, well, maybe we don't limit that. So I don't know where that ended. And I just.
So the other consideration on that, you're also, anything above, the way it's written now, anything above 18 feet would have to start setting back the 5 feet. So it's maximum story height, but then that's also your cutoff where you start setting back.
You have to have one or the other. If you intend to, and this is what we talked around. If we don't have the maximum story, the story height of 18 feet or whatever determination we would make. If we don't have that, that allows for a 30-foot 1-story building. And I remember saying, well, if you're looking at the building and it's 30 feet tall, who cares what's inside if it's a 1-story house or a 2-story house? But what we do care about is at a certain point, we don't want it looming over the yard next door. And so for these interior sides, that was it's always about the interior sides. At a certain point, it needs to come in. If we're going to have it come in, the way it is now, it says the second story has to come in an additional 5 feet, right? Well, if you don't have that 18-foot marker for the first floor,
It could be 20.
you could have, I'm sorry?
It could be 20. I mean.
Well, whatever the number is. Yeah, it's a number. But if you don't have that, you got to have one or the other.
Okay, I.
Or you'll
understand that.
end up with a 30-foot concrete wall at the setback line.
Correct, which is an option that we can discuss whether we wanted to stay or not. My point here is I thought we decided at that time, and again, it's something for us to pick up in the discussion, that we weren't limited to it to be 18. It could be 19 feet that someone wants to do 1-story. And then the setbacks kick in then where the first floor
Just
starts.
have to do one or the other.
Yes,
We talked around it. We didn't make a determination.
I agree.
Right, and I gave you some examples, Fort Lauderdale, they start stepping back at 22 feet. Golden Beach, 18 feet. So, let's see, who else? Bell Harbor, 18 feet.
So they don't word it as the second story steps back. They word it at anything above this height. We don't care what it's inside the house, it steps back. I mean, ultimately, what we're looking for is that if we're looking for that to be accomplished, we've got to pick one or the other, or it's not accomplished, or we could end up with, if we don't put a story height in there and we don't say it starts at a certain point on the outside wall of the house, then we're going to end up with exactly what we're trying to avoid. So we have to do one or the other.
I'm sorry, can you just explain what is it that we're trying to avoid again? A 30-foot wall?
Sheer wall.
but you can still build a 30-foot, depending on the lot size, you can still build a 30-foot wall.
Right, but a
Straight up.
certain amount of it has to.
Yeah, that's fine, but you can do that in the front and then you can do the 30-foot wall in the back, which again goes back to you're right there overlooking your neighbor's backyard. So we're not telling
They're
people
recommending
where,
Pull it into 20 feet now.
no, in the back, I'm talking about the sides.
The back.
I'm talking about the sides.
Oh, you said the.
Sides, you can still build a 30-foot wall depending on the lot size. Okay? So the issue is, right, we're not telling people where to add the additional 5 feet, whether it's in the front and the side. We're letting them design their home, which is what we should do. But if we're trying to avoid interruptions into people's backyards on the sides, we're not talking about the rear right now, then, this defeats the purpose because you can still build a home, right, up to the 10-foot, and up to 30 feet, right? And you can design it in such a way that you can do it all in the backyard.
No, are you talking about what?
Depending on the lot size, yes, depending on the lot size, but no, I understand that. I mean, it could be 20 feet, it could be whatever it is. What I'm saying is you can design the home in a way that you can build a flat wall overlooking the side yard into your neighbor's backyard.
But what they're proposing is the additional setback, except for the 20%.
Right,
Bump all the way out.
exactly. But
You set the whole house back.
yeah, you can set the whole house back.
They
Go
could do.
30, you go up, you have to set back 15 instead of 10. Maybe that's the way you.
You can do whatever you want to.
Right, right.
Okay, then what I should have said, Art, was the straight wall at the setback line. They're
Mhm.
requiring, what they're proposing is the extra 5 feet, except for they're letting a portion stick out, like Ed showed on the diagram. So we're not allowing it at the setback line, the whole length of the property. It's the additional setback.
Yeah, but you can design it any way you want. So you can put, like I said, you can put the 5-foot setback in the front of the home.
Yep.
And then design the rear of the home, right, with the straight wall, just like we're talking about, that will,
In the back of the house.
yeah, the rear portion, what is it, 2/3? Is that what we're talking about?
Okay, you keep
No,
saying-
no, the 20%. What is it, 20%?
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, the 20%, the 20% of the buildable area, right? You can build it out to the 10-foot back, straight up.
Yeah.
So we're defeating the purpose of where, I mean, listen, if this is about privacy, then we're defeating the purpose. If this is about impact to the buildable space in our community, then that's a different subject. And then I get it. So, I don't know. There seems to be a lot of confusion also in the community, by the way, which I want to kind of address. If you guys don't mind, I've been awful quiet, but I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the things that I'm hearing from a lot of the residents. I had a resident email me, by the way, and tell me how important this ordinance was and for me to back it, and this is critical. And so I asked the resident, what exactly is it in the ordinance that you like? And the resident said, well, I haven't really looked at it, but whatever the experts say. I've spoken to quite a few residents here in the community on both sides of the issue. And it seems that a lot of the residents are currently getting their information from hearsay and from social media, and they're not really seeing it, what's actually written in the ordinance. There's a belief out there that this ordinance will stop homes from being built, from giant homes from being built, and that is untrue. Okay, so I want to make sure that that's clear. There's also a belief out there that this new ordinance will stop homes from being torn down. That is also untrue. The contrary is actually true. This ordinance does not address architectural style. So I want to make sure that people understand that. If the intent is to stop homes from being demolished, this guy doesn't do it. If the intent is to build smaller homes that has minimal impact, this ordinance is very minimal to that. As a matter of fact, Mac and I wanted 25-foot height limits, and the rest of the commission agreed to 30. So we're still building giant homes. As a matter of fact, what we're doing also in this ordinance, and I believe it's thanks to the state of Florida, is now we're allowing individuals/investors to tear down homes on non-conforming lots and build new homes as long as they meet current setbacks and height restrictions. So you'll probably have more homes torn down. So I want to make sure that everybody understands exactly what's going on. So I'm hearing.
Is that your entire?
As
That you
far,
wanted to read about what people?
yeah, what I'm, what the,
I'm glad you, can I just?
yeah, the feedback that I'm getting from people that I'm talking to, that's the, they're, you know, it seems like, again, they're getting their information from, and it's, you know, we had, folks that talked today, how, you know, you can still build giant homes, you can still build massive homes. So, you know, there's a lot of confusion out there, and I just wanted to set the record straight on actually what it is that
We've
we're
tried to keep that record straight all along, Art.
Yeah,
I'm
well-
not challenging you at all, because I mean, at the last meeting we had on this, I gave a little speech on the same thing. I'm like, look,
Yep.
we're not dictating, we're not requiring, we're not protecting historic homes, all the things it is and is not doing.
Yeah.
Would I personally like it to be more restrictive? Absolutely, for the record.
Mhm.
But we're trying to get something done here to try to give these folks the tools that they need now.
I
We could always
don't
do more
disagree.
later if we chose to, but I'm trying to get something done.
Mhm.
But I have worked tirelessly to make sure people were very clear what this will and will not do. It's not going to save a house in
Right.
Biscayne Park.
Right.
It's not going to, the other thing it's not going to do is keep a house from being demolished and nothing being rebuilt.
Yep, exactly.
You know,
State of Florida as well.
State of Florida made that happen for us.
Exactly.
So look, this is not, I think we have compromised a whole lot from my original desire and our original conversations with the previous commission, what we were trying to accomplish. And I think really what happened a lot here that caused a lot of the confusion was nothing, no offense meant, Alex, is that the original version that came to this commission from Calvin Giordano was very confusing and just so all over the place that it caused enormous confusion. And we had to sort of backpedal and try to fix some stuff and make it more clear. And we've been trying to compromise all along the way. Now we have a new commission and new insights are coming in, and that's all good. It's all healthy. And it seems like one thing I will say, it seems like all of us are reaching out to the community and listening to people. So that's a good thing. But it's not going to solve all the problems. It's not going to solve all the problems. And it's not going to be perfect right out of the gate either. But you know, not to restate what other people have said more eloquently, but we have something worth protecting here. And if we don't do something, we're going to lose it. We all bought here for a reason. We all came here for a reason. And you cross the line out of this village, and man, do you know it. You cross 121st Street and you see chain link fences in front yards, and all of a sudden it's a different world you're in. And we're a special place, and it's worth protecting. And that's where this all started. That's where this all started, was we live in a really special place, and we need to do something about it to make sure it doesn't slip away, because once it slips away, we can't get it back. In the first 3 months of this year, guys, keep in mind, 1% of the housing stock in this village was approved to be demolished. 1% in 3 months. 1% is a huge number in a little tiny village like Biscayne Park. So if you think it's not going to be noticeable, it's noticeable now.
But that's not going to change
these-
though.
I know,
It's not going to
I
change.
know, but we're trying to get something done.
I understand, we're trying, I understand where this is headed.
Yep.
And I met with Gage over the weekend, and I completely get it. The question is, you know, I just want to make sure that the folks understand that this is not going to have an impact on how many houses get demolished. Not going to have an impact on how giant homes can be built.
Nope.
Okay, so, and I think, I mean, listen, to be honest, I think that the title that was initially given to this thing of McMansions also had a negative connotation, because people thought, oh, great, we're going to stop giant homes from being built. And that's not true. That's
Well,
not.
look, I did it intent with.
No,
intent to
I'm
get
not,
people's
I'm not,
attention.
listen, I'm not knocking what your intent was, but I'm just saying that that added, I believe, some to the confusion, right?
My expectation.
Yeah, okay, that's a better word, expectation. That we were trying to hold back, you know, and that's not true. And I keep hearing it over and over again, you know, from folks, and I just want to make sure that they understand that this is not the case.
I'm glad that you're helping set the record straight, Art, because anytime I talk to somebody, they very often, the vast majority of conversations that I'm personally having, and I have them on a weekly basis, very often with people who I talked about it with for the very first time, who I never met before last Saturday, who came to talk to me about it. The vast majority of them want a whole lot more than what this is doing. A whole lot more. The vast majority of people who are supporting this want it to be much more restrictive in height, in massing. They want us to dictate design. That's what I'm hearing. I'm like, well, that ship sailed. And that was part of my very original presentation to the last commission was that ship sailed decades ago. So we have to, at this point, embrace our architectural diversity because we're too far down that road. If we wanted to be that kind of a community, like a Key West or a Cape Cod, that would have had to have been done in the 50s, 40s, right? That ship sailed. So what I'm hearing, guys, is do more. And what I'm telling people is I'm trying to get something done. I'm trying to get this train out of the station and give these guys some tools to get something done. No, these are not just people on a board that stamp out permit approvals. These are like seriously credentialed professionals in their field. And they're asking us for help. And when I hear Gage speak about it or Dave Gruen speak about it, I worry about the next, and you guys have heard me say this before, you know, we made this a little softer around the edges to suit some of you, right? Less prescriptive and more language that'll help they can use to get it done for us. I'm so worried about when these guys aren't here because no one's here forever. So when they're gone and this language is left in the hands of someone who doesn't care as much, it worries me, but we have to do something now. I would prefer it be much more restrictive and prescriptive. Just give it the teeth that it needs and do the job and get it done. But I don't think that's going to happen. So we got to do something. So how are we moving forward here?
I have a couple questions before, if we can, to the board, or Gage or Ed. What was the thought behind the 1 story on the accessory only? What was it defined? Either or, appreciate
What
it.
was the question?
Why was 1 story defined for accessory?
Oh, accessory.
buildings? And the other question would be why 5 feet was thought as a setback for the second floor beyond the 20%?
Okay, so regarding the accessory structures, so accessory structures are allowed to go to, you know, if we're gonna dictate the setback for the primary structure, which we were saying in the rear is 20 feet. Accessory structures are allowed to go 10 and 10. They have the same setbacks as primary structures. So the thought is that, you know, if somebody wants to build a 2-story accessory structure at the 10-foot setback, it is not the primary structure. It's actually a setback. It's an accessory structure. So in all the years I've ever been on the board, I've never had anybody come in for a 2-story accessory structure. So we thought it was an easy solution to a problem is just to dictate accessory structures at 1 story. Again, accessory structures are garages, workshops, anything of that level, that normal thing, and they do sit at the 10-foot setback in the rear.
So the problem of privacy in that case will be limited by the 18 feet maximum that is currently on
Impact.
table 8.
The
And the
issue of
it.
impact.
Okay.
Yes, on the rear.
And then, thank you. And then on the 5 feet,
To be honest, it's been so long, I don't recall how we came to
The 5 feet for
to
what? The
5
additional
foot for the
setback?
additional setback. I think the
I
actual.
think it was a
original length
compromise. It was
10 feet.
10.
I
We
think the
wanted 10.
original, the original proposal was 10 feet on the second story, 10 foot on the first, and 20 feet on the second. But then it came to as a compromise at some point to the 15 feet. For the
Remember,
second
these
story.
guys aren't necessarily just regurgitating back what we talked about at a meeting. They go back and they discuss it and they come back with recommendations. So some of these things are their recommendations and they're trying to help us get something done.
so the 5 feet that you're referring to for the setback on the second floor was intended initially for privacy as well as articulation of the building.
Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Articulation, I totally understand how that's trying to achieve after 30 feet to avoid over that or in the maximum as well. Was that ever studied that 5 feet would prevent or impede visibility if you were to step back on the second floor to the neighbor, knowing that privacy was the main reason for considering 5 feet?
Well, it if you remember, the language included the terminology for clear story windows and such. So the second, the second story was the beginning of setting it back 5 feet. But then we were also saying on top of that 5 feet, which would create the articulation that was called out for later in the code.
Yeah.
That the 5 feet would help create that articulation. The code also included language that said on those side second stories, you have to have clear story windows. So it was a conjunction with setting it back 5 feet to create the articulation. The addition of the clear story windows would then create the privacy aspect of the code.
So if I'm at 5 feet, I don't need clear story windows?
Well, now we took out the term, we took out the restrictions for clear story windows, but we kept the language saying you must impede your view.
Okay.
So even though we're not saying you have to use this clear story window, we're saying you have to design it in a way that you're not gonna have a picture window looking over your neighbor's yard. You have to do something that's gonna impede it.
So if I were there, can I say, well, I'll put curtains and that will impede I don't know.
Well, it's just a curtain is not a permanent thing, you know.
Okay.
It's-
So
if
it
you
has
were
to
to-
be a
if you- But
permanent,
if you were gonna say like,
a permanent way to impede.
yeah, well, we don't write permits for draperies. We
Right.
write permits for.
I just wanted to frame my question. I was just trying to gauge some sort of a background check on how this calculation impedes visibility, knowing that we provide for people to build a 30-story high, long wall and allow for placement of windows to break that up as articulation of it. And we put 5 feet as a measurement. I just want to understand what calculation was done to define it was 5, not 3, not 7, to actually provide for the privacy concern.
Well, again, it was originally 10 and it got negotiated to 5 in the previous commission. But again, the code had many facets which dealt with the same thing. So it wasn't just the setback that was providing for the privacy. It was the clear stories and the different language that has now been removed. So now all of a sudden we just have the 5 foot,
Okay,
but we still have the impede language.
I appreciate that.
Gage, yeah, go ahead.
One of the other things that other communities do is that over a certain height it becomes a ratio. Some do the additional setback of like
1 to 1.
like 1 to 1. Right. So we discussed that as well. And we ended up with 10 foot. And then this group decided that was too much. So that's when they came back and said, do it 5 feet instead. But other communities do over a certain height. At a certain point, it's a 1 to 1 ratio. For every foot that you go up, you have to go a foot back in. So that's another way to do the same thing.
It is usually a calculation to understand what that triangle of visibility is. So I just was wondering if I'm at 5 feet, what level of visibility was studied, not just provided in the code currently because other municipality does it, but really, okay, this allows right now a fence of 6 foot high fence, obviously at a first level does not allow me to see over that. If I'm at a second floor, my triangle of visibility now is such. And now because we're providing 5 feet more for the second story, I am restricting that visibility by this triangle of 2 feet, 3 feet. I'm just wondering, where is this solid coming, kind of a recommendation coming in terms of professional, like is there a calculation that was done? And to your point, that one inside goes one up. Again, I don't know what that solves in terms of privacy. So if privacy being a main concern, I was wondering if there's a certain calculation that other cities have established, and that's the reason why they had the 2 foot in, then you go 1 up, to understand that the impact of visibility, it gets reduced by what certain amount. That was how I was thinking about it. Thank you.
Gage, one of the things we spoke about when you visited with me is that even without the 5 foot setback, right, you can still require articulation and you can still request that they have articulation with using whatever things that, whatever means that you discussed.
You can, but having the 5 feet gives it teeth. I mean, we want to be more descriptive in the code on some things because you could conceivably have somebody, come in and just say, I'm going to offset it 1 foot and say, okay, that's articulation. So, but if as a board, we say, you know what? We're requiring at least a minimum of 5 feet of articulation. It'll gives us more teeth to the ordinance.
It's a little more,
know.
it's a little more prescriptive. And that, we talked about this because it's Indian Creek and I'm looking for it right now. Doesn't have anything prescriptive at all. They have that flowery,
That's the language we put
they
in.
have that flowery language that we kind of watered down a little bit, but they handle it that way.
And they probably have an architectural review board too, so.
While Commissioner Gonzalez is doing that, Mr. Keys, you said you had an answer to the question posed by Vice Mayor Amsler.
Yes, I do, because I did a drawing with a person standing on the second floor, looking out a window to the next door property. Okay, at the setback line at 5 foot, at 10 foot and 15 foot back. Okay, imagine you're in a house that's on the setback line, on a house that's 5 foot back, one that's 10 foot back, and so forth.
Dan, I'm sorry, can you get closer to the mic? Thank you.
The difference I'm 5'8", okay? Somebody might be 6, okay? But between 5 foot and 10 foot. Still looking all the way. You're not providing any improvement to this thing that people think they own, which is privacy into the next door neighbors. You're not doing that. It's not, there's zero effect on privacy. There is effect on the blank wall situation. I think there's other ways to deal with that, to provide somewhat prescriptive articulation in the house. The other thing I want to point out, Mayor, is that I don't believe it was intentional, and I really, this is what I encouraged 6 meetings ago, that we do some drawings. Okay, however, we picked 147 foot lot, 155 foot lots, and so forth. We didn't pick the numerous 125 foot lots and 115 foot lots. Okay, if you put the 20% figure against those situations for a lot that's 125 foot deep, a 17 foot build put on the property line. Okay, that's getting close to being something that's reasonable. Okay, if you have that's 125 foot. If a 115 foot building, you a lot, depth lot, you can only build a 15 foot extension on the setback line. Okay, I think there's some minimum number that you should be able to build on the setback line.
You're saying, I don't mean to interrupt, you're saying 20 feet, but no less than X.
Something like that.
I see.
That builds, it produces a
That
generous.
provides a buildable area.
Right.
That's a bad
And
word.
the other thing, there was an example, the number 3. If you actually tried to put an addition on that house, okay, you probably couldn't put it directly behind the house because that particular house has a pool that goes back to front on the right side of the property. So that property owner would have to go back on the left side of the property, and that 19 foot figure would be then against the property line, there. Okay, you couldn't go across and have those 3 bedrooms in the same building.
Well, look, you're not gonna, it's my property he's talking about.
Yeah.
It's my example, the
Yeah.
example of my house. That's my problem that I put my pool there and I might have to move my pool, and people do. They move septic tanks. Look, they do lots of things to build the house they want to build. So that's the property owner's problem if they have something in the way of what they want to do, regardless of what it is they're doing.
I would say that rectangular house, longer enough, rectangular. The logical place to put an addition is on the left or the right side of that property, as opposed to the back of the property. And that certainly depends on the depth of the property. But you're precluding a lot of additions, which is gonna be, you're gonna end up with a community that has high value homes that are brand new. And then you're gonna have existing homes that are pretty nice houses that are now worth renovating and putting money into, because the neighborhood now supports a $2 million environment. Yeah, okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Keys. Commissioner Gonzalez, please.
So here's just a scenario, and maybe I'm wrong here.
Can
And
you-
talking about,
Twist it a little bit.
no,
Yeah, this way.
this way?
Yeah, a little more, so that everybody,
Bring
you can make it closer too. Come on, you can do it. There you go. And the light, perfect, perfect, perfect.
All right, Gage, so here's just a scenario, and again, maybe I'm wrong. But here you have 3 lots, right? So you have 1 floor here, pool, backyard, right? This is the second floor. Forget about the first floor. We're looking at the second floor. Currently, the way this is written, you can do this, right? And 20% back here. And so basically you just eliminated your issue. You just defeated your purpose of the privacy, because now this up to 30 feet, by the way, it could be up to, depending on the size of the lot at that part. You're back to having a straight wall into people's backyards, right?
Yep.
With impeded view, whatever that means, because we haven't decided that what impeded view is. So if it's a privacy issue, then the only thing, and not wanting to see a straight wall, you're still going to see a straight wall at 10, with a 10-foot setback here. Then it becomes an issue of, the impeded view. What does that mean, and how do we? But you're still, from this yard, you're still going to have you can still potentially have a.
Art, that's what I was.
When the original diagram came out and this was in the front, everybody was up in arms because they were saying we are dictating T-shaped houses and that everything has to be in the front. So it's coming to the point where, we're trying to write a code that encompasses everybody. And yes, somebody could mass everything in the back, but then there's the next line of you have to make it so that you can't view in,
And that's up to the board and
that's up
the
to a
architect.
board that you're
the owner.
appointing to make these decisions.
Well, and we can talk about windows on the setback, the front and rear facing portions of that addition too, not necessarily on the side ones.
Right.
And if there are ones on the side, then there's certain criteria that it needs to meet.
That would be an option, or an
Yeah,
option.
I'm
would
not
be
trying to-
clear story windows, to ask them to put clear story windows. in.
Sure. And in art, I'm not trying to, put your design down. I understand the concern. You're correct.
Or there.
Or diving boards, insurance companies don't cover diving boards.
Art, this is
But-
what,
but-
Art, no, stay up there, because this is. No, I'm agreeing with you. Because last time when you were talking about, the last time at our last meeting, special meeting on this topic, you were concerned about the house being built behind this house, behind these houses. And you were saying that's what matters, because the backs of those buildings, if they're too
Yep.
close, they're looking into the backyard.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what I was trying to explain. So thank you for drawing
So-
it,
so
because
it's-
this isn't.
Yeah. So,
Exactly.
and that's because of the sizes of the lots that we have, right? That, we have a lot of they're very deep. So you can move around, really. I
Yeah,
mean,
you
to
can
your
move
point,
anywhere you want
you
to.
can put it back, you can put it all the way back here, as long as it,
Yeah.
you have the 10-foot and the 20
Okay, so
foot.
since you brought this up, I'm
Yep.
gonna say something really unpopular here, but I'm gonna say it.
Go.
What they're proposing for the rear setback on
Mhm.
the second story
Mhm.
is 20 feet.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, press pause on that. The primary concern for me is not privacy for the adjoining property. To me, they carry equal weight, because I don't want these big massive walls either. I don't want people having to look at that. So it's not, if this whole point is that we're not fixing the privacy issue, we're also trying to fix the massing issue. So for me, it's an equal problem, these gigantic concrete things going up. So when they came to, they're now proposing a 20-foot rear setback to protect the privacy of a backyard from something being built behind it. It argues, Art, for the exact same consideration on the sides for the very same reason. So that goes back to the original suggestion for a second story 20-foot setback. First floor 10 foot as it is, second story 20 10 additional feet for the exact same reason as the rear, because you just drew the exact example of what's being built now. We're so used to Biscayne Park being, houses set up like little soldiers out exactly on the same front setback line and the same backyards lined up to each other, but that's not what's being built now. Now the houses are extending in all kinds of creative ways. So houses are impacting the backyard. The side of a house is now impacting the backyard of another house. So I'm with you, Art, 100%.
Well, I guess my question, and probably not a good time since Art is no longer with us, is with the five, is this, I don't know that I can ask this question while Commissioner Gonzalez is away from the dais here. With the five, are you now saying that that's not enough?
I would prefer it to be more. I'm trying to compromise so we can get something done.
I'm just saying from the perspective of voting, hypothetically speaking, voting in favor of this ordinance as it is in front of us, would it stop both of you from saying we will vote for it?
Well, I can't speak for him.
Yes.
I will
know.
still vote for it because I want something done and we could always tighten it up later, but in the
Understood.
interest of getting something done, I very much support it exactly the way it is. I have a couple of little things I want to tinker with, maybe that we could talk about separately, but nothing substantive. But for the interest of getting it done, I would absolutely approve the 5. I would prefer it to be 10, but I'm not going to let that hold up my vote to get something moved forward.
That was just my question. If this is a non-starter issue now that we've started discussing it again. Commissioner Gonzalez, I just asked the question to Commissioner Kennedy. The idea of the 5-foot setbacks versus what we've now discussed again is originally 10-foot second story setbacks. Does the 5-foot setback as it exists now, would that stop you? Is that a non-starter from you voting in favor of this as it exists? The current one that's in front of us right now,
Proposal in front of us.
So
5 feet, would that stop you because you think 5 feet is now not enough? Because I'm just trying to think of
so
where we are.
are we talking about, and I think Commissioner Kennedy said it, right? It's a combination, I guess, for you, right? It's massing, which again, this has minimal impact on massing. It has some impact, but it's minimal. Or privacy. Privacy, I'm not buying it because I don't think 5 feet is going to make a giant difference. I think 5 feet, we were talking, Gage and I were talking about it. So you have a first floor, you can block that out with plants and whatnot, and you don't see it. But then you have a second floor, you're really not even seeing the first floor, right? So in theory, the second floor becomes the first floor from your visible point of view. If you have a hedge or a fence or whatever, you're not even seeing the first floor. So that additional 5 feet for me from a standpoint of privacy, I don't buy it. I'm not buying that. Now, if we're going to talk about massing and what impact, but I also want to, if we're going to talk about massing, I also want to include lowering the size of the home from 30 feet to 25 feet, because if that's the direction that we want to go about massing, I think the difference between 25 feet and 30 feet is significant. And then I would like to add that into the conversation. Okay. Because I agree that I think that, I would love to minimize massing. But I think the conversation about the 25 versus 30 feet. And I think the last time we had a meeting, I told you guys, and again, I don't know if you guys drove by the house, Gage had sent out an email with an address of a home that was being built that had 25 foot. And it was huge. And I don't know if you guys drove by it or not. And then you have the floodplain on top of the fact that you have a 25-foot structure, you have to build to floodplain, right? So
+1.
Yeah. So, we're talking about massing in one sentence, but we're not talking about massing in another. So we're going to talk about massing. Let's talk about massing. To me, this is not a privacy issue. This is a mass issue. And I have heard a lot from residents about the mass issue. And I think that this will address some of that, but I also want to include a discussion about bringing it down to 25 feet.
Art, I agree with you, Jonathan, if you don't mind. I agree with you 100%. And what Jonathan asked me when you were in the bathroom and maybe I don't want to jump in and ask for you again, but he asked me, Mac, would this, so I said, yes, I would rather have a 10-foot second story additional setback and I'd rather have 25-foot height. Certainly. And he asked me, will this stop me from voting to move this forward? And I said, no, it's not going to make me completely happy, but I want to get something done and give these guys some tools so they can start doing better for us. Because we got to compromise and get something done. I'm not going to get everything I want. No one up here is going to get everything they want out of any decision we ever make. So he asked me the question, is this a non-starter for me? Would it make me say, no, I'm not getting what I want, so I'm not doing it? It doesn't make me completely happy, but it makes me happier than not being happy at all. So I would vote to support it. So that's what he's asking you, Art. Is this going to stop you from supporting this?
Right, just because I'm trying to think of.
He's trying to figure
how-
out a way.
how
He's
we're
trying
gonna
to
continue
thread the needle.
Right, I'm trying to think, are we going to continue revisit issues that we've already discussed? And then this is going to go on and on and on, you know, not saying one way or the other to push it past the finish line, so to speak, but just trying to get an idea of where each of us is with it as it exists. That's all.
So
Very often is the case, I'm sorry, you end up with, when groups are making decisions like this, you do end up with a watered down version of, you know, it's going to be watered down for me and it's going to be juiced up for some of the rest of you when we're done, because that's what happens when you compromise. You try to figure out the best you can do, and we're all listening to different people, and it sounds like we're all listening to some of the same people, and you know.
On my end, Mayor, I agree with Art. For me, this is more a concern on articulation and the massing versus the privacy. So first off, I just want to back up a little bit and appreciate the work that Ed did as well, because put it in a visual was huge. This is the first time we can actually see in place examples, descriptions. So there is a reason why these things take so long, because when you see them in words and then you see an application, it could be a completely different thing. So I think this exercise was overdue, much appreciated. I also understand we have a planning board that is extremely unique because it is composed with residents. And I said this in the last meeting, and that brings a lot of emotion to the decision and to the conversation, because we live here where they are and we meet them at Publix, and they've been here for many years, just like many of the people that spoke here today. That carries emotions and attachment to our place. A lot of people are moving in, don't have that. A lot of people considering the neighborhood don't have that. They will, right? But they don't have it right now. So I think first, I wanted to say thank you and appreciate that perspective. And I also wanted to put that in consideration, that it carries a lot of emotion and a lot of understanding that of what Biscayne Park has been for so many years. For me, the issue of privacy is a concern, and I want to minimize by not saying it's not what's driving my decision on the ordinance. So that's why I was asking all the questions related to step backs. Does that actually fix the issue of privacy? Knowing that we've taken this from another code does not answer the question that I was asking, which is, okay, how much is we minimizing 10 feet inside the house? Because eventually on a 30-story feet high, we will see to the other side. Doesn't matter on which window you're standing. If it's opaque, you won't on that window, you will on the next one. So again, privacy, for me, it's not a concern. A lot of the neighbors that have same thing, reach out to me, have concerns about their additions to the home and how they're expanding their home. They're concerned about the current pool they have, concerned about the septic tank they have, or the AC is currently fixed. So a developer doesn't have that because they're tearing them down, starting from zero. So it's a very different perspective. And I want to make sure that, again, we all understand it affects both the same way. So with all the respect that I have for the difficult job that the planning board has, because it's dealing with residents as well as its developers, residents that come to complain about those developments. So it's not the residents that is developing, it's the residents saying, you're allowing this to happen next to my house. It is a very sensitive issue to have to stand that over and over for the past 6 months, almost. And we've seen 15 homes, where an average before used to be 4 homes a year. So again, that carries an emotion of alert, of this is changing too fast. And it has to do with what's happening in Florida in general. If you look around, we see it across the board. So again, it is part of that emotion that puts all these considerations into place. They have so far done an incredible job of trying to play that in between of not having these tools written in the code and still providing for developers to accommodate whenever they're willing to. And that's the tough part here, that we're not imposing this to developers or residents. We're working, or they're working with us with what they have. A clear example of the lawyer that came and, during a public comment on the last meeting on PNC said, well, if the neighbor next door does not like to see a 30-story foot high, then they can put a tree. Was that the right thing to say? Maybe not the right way, but it's, I told Gage, she's right to say though, because the code allows her to say that. I don't think it's nice or kind to my neighbor to understand it that way. But the code currently allows for certain things to happen, and they're just making sure to do that. And that's the tough part of this. Now, for the most, what I experienced speaking with people on the board as well as residents, this is a back and forth that happens. And it's not 10 out of 10 that they say what this person said. It's usually a work in between. It's a back and forth. That's why it's provided that many meetings go across so the things happen. One after the other, they have this conversation of, we asked this changes. What did you bring? Let me see, can you accommodate A and B? No, but I can do C. And it's a constant negotiation that goes through. So it's not just, here's a plan, I'm a developer, tore down the house, and this is what I want. So again, very sensitive sort of a decision. To me, privacy is not met by what's being proposed. The 5 feet, and that's why I was asking, if we were, in a way, even if it was 10 feet, then we're talking about different numbers. But what we have currently here in front of us, that talks about 5 feet, even if we copied it from some other municipality, we don't know the impact of visibility on that. I have a problem with restricted, and I said that before, what people can do with their property. And these examples, which are tremendous because it helps visualize how you can work around, in many ways plays with ideals like this, what you could do, but people work with what they have. They start to do that to mind costs, to mind time, to mind design. So there's a lot of kind of back and forth that has to happen to decide how that they're going to move forward in the property. And again, Ed said it, there's a million ways so you can read this. And so I am, and I said this before in my last meeting, I had 2 things that I was hoping we could accomplish. One was the building height. I thought we defined it last time. The other one was articulation. And in terms of articulation, I understand that the big lots on Griffin, for example, could extend more than 30 feet. Good. And then what we're saying here is that they can't. I don't have a problem with having.
Say that again.
So one of the things we're seeing here is that, I'm going to read it out loud. The second floor may be allowed to be placed into interior side setback line to a maximum of 30 feet in length. The remaining buildable area shall be set back a minimum of 5 feet. So if you have a large property, right? One of those in-depth kind of a property, you're required to have a maximum of 30 feet in length linear. And then the remaining space has to be set back 5. Many buildings might be more than that. So if we break 30 and then you go in 5 and you have another 30, that's 60 feet. I'm okay with not allowing 60. That's what I'm saying. And I understand for those huge lots and huge properties that could happen in these ideal tentative situations, it would be a massive wall. So we need some indentations for them to work around to prevent that.
They have bigger front setbacks.
Correct. I'm saying if it is, I'm okay with this portion where it says we maximize it at 30 feet. And I'm okay with indenting 5 feet more, 4, 6. Again, I don't have a metric because I don't know how it was established, but I'm okay with providing for a certain additional indentation. So it can continue another 30 feet if it's needed, but it's not a 60 feet long sort of a wall, continuous wall. Thank you. So that's one of the things I see that is worth discussing for this, the second story placement. I don't support the setbacks, again, because they do not provide for the privacy, again, not being one of the things that could be fixed. I do understand, same thing. I think, Dan, you put it in great words, you know, my neighbor's responsible for their lot. I'm responsible for my lot. I believe, you know, as much of an impact that I might not like that when we all moved here, that, you know, and then what was it, early 90s of this included in the code. I moved to 11 years ago. That was an option, and it's happening now. We're seeing it happening now. Some may not like it, some don't. Some don't care. I have neighbors that are like, I have no problem having I don't care because I want to be able.
Then they're not caring isn't impacted by this.
Okay. They know that and they're okay with it. So they're not caring is not that they don't care about the impact, because this is generating an impact on them as well. So they're like, I'm okay with seeing a 30 feet high wall next to me that has the possibility to see to my yard. And I will deal with the privacy of that, of providing for hedges, providing for, there is no height on the limit of hedges that you can put. So it could be 12 foot high, right? I'm okay with that. Do not touch my rights as a resident to build on my property the way I want to.
I've heard that from one person.
Okay.
I've heard that from one
I've
person.
heard it from more. And there's
heard it
a
from
lot of people,
I've
and
talked
again,
to a lot of people, more than anybody up here, I promise.
I'm
you.
not gonna,
Challenge you on
That I'll bet.
Yeah. no, but
That
so.
I
You're absolutely
promise.
right.
That I promise.
No, I know.
Challenging you. I'm not trying to be a jerk by saying that. I'm
No,
just saying,
but-
I've heard it from one person. Then the vast majority of people say the exact opposite thing to me. I'm
Okay.
going to read something to you, Veronica. This,
No, I'm not done.
okay.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Again, it's not one person. This is people from the board. There are residents. It's very hard for a lot of people to know and understand so the board is made out of residents.
You mean this board or the
The planning
planning
board,
board? Okay.
not the commission, but the planning board is made out of residents. So there's a lot of people that are intimidated by the fact that they have to come here and say, well, I don't want my setbacks to be added. I don't want, because they have to come back and discuss the current situations that their ideas on the lot.
I get it. It's like the cat, people
So-
that don't want the cat, want to speak out against cats and
They don't go
grow
next
up.
door and post it. They don't go and come to the meetings. They're not in the planning. They follow the YouTube, they follow the conversation, they reach out privately. And again, we're not keeping count of how many are. But for me, it's like, again, I go back to, I wasn't voted to be here to go on one side or the other. I was voted here to go objectively and understand the impact for both. So for me, again, privacy is not being met, what's being proposed. As hard as it stands for people seeing construction next door to them, it is their right to protect themselves within their lot. And I would support figuring out mass
Can I read something to you now? This is worth reminding all of us as we work on this. First of all, the idea, the notion that you're going to plant something in your yard to block a 30-foot building next to you is preposterous. It's not going to happen. Not in the space that you have to grow it. You can't do it. You cannot do it. Not going to happen. And the first storm that comes, it's gone. And then you're starting from scratch, trying to grow something from 3 feet back up to 30 feet again. It's not a solution. It's a Band-Aid at best. And it's not even a Band-Aid. It's a generic Walgreens. No, Walgreens makes good product. It's a generic Band-Aid from Walmart. This is what is in our charter, in our land development code. I'm going to read it to you. Ed Leva sent this to us. I knew this was in there and I went back and read it again. I'm like, oh, I'm glad he mentioned that. This is good stuff. This is the intent of our land development code, and it's our responsibility, the 5 of us, to make sure this happens. Our job. to foster and preserve public health, safety, comfort, and welfare, to aid in the harmonious, orderly, aesthetically pleasing from our land development code, and socially beneficial development of the village in accordance with the comprehensive plan. We have a responsibility to protect the village, and we make aesthetic choices. So, do I agree with you that this doesn't solve the privacy thing? I do. 10 feet is a whole lot better. And I will also say that you look at, Alex gave us all the code from other communities, really nice communities. They all do something. They didn't do it for no good reason. Some of them have much more stringent things in there than we're proposing. Look, if we were going to put everything on the table, I'd say I want 40% lot coverage instead of 50, but I'm not going there. Because that would be more environmental. We had our strategic planning session. We're talking about making green choices for the village, blah, 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 blah. I'd vote for 40% lot coverage, but that's not going to fly. So I'm not going to go there, but I'm trying to compromise and get something done here. So is it perfect? No, but we need to move something forward. And I think it's better than nothing. I bet it's better than, I know it's better than nothing. And if it affects massing only and what people are looking at, that makes a difference because we have an aesthetic responsibility to this village, and that means to each resident as well. And if there are residents who don't care that there's a 30-foot wall, concrete wall looming over their side yard, okay, great. There are tons who are. And some of them are kind of freaking out about it and are walking around. And I don't know how much the rest of you walk the village. I walk it a lot. It really impacts you when you walk around. Boy, do you get a different perspective on this whole conversation when you walk around this village or bicycle around the village instead of getting in your car and driving to the nearest exit and going to work. It's a whole different thing. And yeah.
And
Well,
Can I jump in?
would I like it to be more? Absolutely. But Jonathan, I'm ready to vote this thing, move this thing forward. I have a couple little tweaks, but yeah. And we're not, look, Veronica, we're never going to make it perfect. It's not going to be. And nothing we ever do up here, with very few exception, are we ever all going to agree on stuff and come up with a perfect solution on anything, but we've got to figure something out. I would very much like to talk about the height again, because I think 30 feet is way too high. It's taller than anything we have in the village. So why would, if we're looking at buildings in the village now that we're going, whoa, that's tall, and then dropping on top of base flood elevation plus 1 additional foot. If we're looking at that and going, damn, that's tall. Why would we allow something 5-6 feet taller than that? Plus plus houses have to be built up on top of it. So why would we do that? And because Mac, no one's building that tall. The point is we're trying to make sure they don't, because we think that no one's going to do it. Guess what? Someone's going to do it. No one thought that that house on 117th Street would ever be built in Biscayne Park. And the one before that, you guys didn't live here. The one on Griffin that went up, the people thought, whoa, who would have thought the Larry King house? Who would have thought that the Larry King house would be torn down and that thing would be built? And then that got topped by the one on 117th Street. So don't think whatever we think isn't going to happen. Someone's going to build a 30-foot tall house. And when the planning board says, we really wish you'd work with us and blah, 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 their attorney is going to come in and say, up yours. I read your code. Too bad. You know? So I really would love you guys to have a conversation about dropping it to, I would like 25 feet. The planning board tried to already compromise with us and said, take it down to 28. Ed stood here and gave an impassioned speech about what 28 can look like inside of a house. It's an 18-foot first floor and a 10-foot second floor. And that's, no one's doing that either. It exceeds what people are doing. So guys, I think we need to look at the height again too. If anyone's willing to have that conversation. Art's nodding his head yes. I mean, it's just crazy that we're going to allow for a 30-foot house to be built in Biscayne Park on top of base flood elevation or flood base elevation, whatever it's called. I call it the wrong thing every time. So that's nuts to me that we're going to allow that.
I'd like to ask an organizational question here. I appreciate everyone giving our impassioned speeches about our feelings towards this amendment. But we need to decide what we're doing, because it's 8:40 and we haven't talked a lot about some of the things that have come up. And it sounds like from one perspective, there may be a portion of this that is a non-starter, which is concerning because does that put this whole thing in jeopardy? And are we going to get to 10 o'clock and we're not going to be anywhere again?
Well, there's a lot here. There's a lot more in here than just the 5-foot
Yes,
setback.
I-
for the
oh, I
lodges.
agree.
We can just eliminate that if that's the stumbling, if that's
Sure.
the roadblock here, we can just eliminate
So
that.
I've
and
listed
move
out
on.
a couple of things that it sounds like are up for discussion. It sounds like the max story height is up for discussion. The 18 feet, sounds like everyone kind of agrees on that. Sorry, max story height, 18 feet, right? The first floor that was proposed. The 5-foot setback is up for discussion. The max story height sounds like is kind of up for discussion again.
Well, but the 18 wouldn't apply if we eliminate the 5 foot in, because
Okay.
we're saying 18 because that's where the.
That makes
cutoff
sense.
is to-
Yes. Okay. So interrelated there. That I get that. I don't know if I heard a few people talking about this concept of impeding visibility and what that means. That sounds like there might be a discussion on that. So there are a couple of things that I can identify here that we need to talk about and that I'd like us to make some progress on. So I don't know where we start, but if there's something else, another item that someone else.
We just run through it in order and the things that are underlined and say, and because I have very few comments.
I would be fine with that. I just would like to try and get through some of this and decide how do we feel about it? Because we've been back and forth a lot. We've heard a lot of really good insight, and I appreciate that. And we've all kind of made some points about how we feel about this generally, and that's great too. But I'd like to talk about some specifics, I think. So if
Might we just go down the road, Jonathan?
I
Is
think
there
that's-
anything
I
in
think
here?
that's probably-
Everyone in turn say what has to come out or you absolutely will not move this thing. What are your non-starters?
yeah, sure. And I think that was
I have none.
a
I have
point.
none.
Okay, that's fair. Are there, I know that the 5-foot setbacks from Vice Mayor
And
Amsler,
I wouldn't prefer other things.
sure,
It just
that's
means
fine.
it's not a non-starter for me.
That's fine. That's fine. I understand that. It sounds like the 5-foot setbacks, if they're in here, it's a no. Okay, that's good to know. I mean, clarity is important. We'll come back to anything else. Commissioner Oliveira, are there items in here that you say as in its current version, I will not vote for this in the entirety of this thing? One item? Would you recommend changing something? Just because I'd like us to all have an idea of where we all.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Jonathan, before you move to her, are
Yeah.
you asking me about everything that I'm not in disagreement? Or you're just asking me about, you just said about the 5 feet?
Oh, no, I'll come in and ask you if there are some other items that you would not prefer.
Just if there's something in.
Yeah,
here
if
that
there's-
Would force you to say no.
That's a good start. It's a good start.
What's forcing me not to want to vote on this issue is that, in speaking to Art's point, is the misinformation and the fact that we're not solving the problem. This is something that I have asked 3 of the planning board folks who are so generously spent so much time with me. I know the issue that we're trying to solve. We're talking about articulation. We're talking about privacy. Does this, as it's written, solve those? I don't believe that it does. I don't believe that either of those are solved. And so I don't want to promise that to anyone. Again,
It's
I'll
also
bring it
about
up
massing-
again.
massing too.
Well, that's what I mean about the articulation, I think. They want to provide articulation so that there isn't massing, right? So that's what I'm talking about. They want things to be smaller, right? I think that's, going to happen, right? Which is construction costs, whatever, and the unspoken thing is the Airbnbs. None of this will stop Airbnbs from happening in our neighborhood. Nothing about this ordinance will stop that. Okay. So I don't think people realize that because I've talked to 3 different residents this week that really immediately bring it up when the McMansion thing comes up. And so that's a huge misinformation and something that we're all going to not be delivering on. Okay. If we vote on this. And my other big issue, which I brought up before, is regulation. Whatever we do here today, are we going to be coming back next year to rescind it just like we just did on the demo permits. So those are my issues.
Are those all non-starters for you?
Discussion?
I'm a very compromising person. I like to come to the table, so I will not say that
So you don't have any
Okay.
non-starters?
anything is a
Discussion item.
non-starter. Yeah,
Discussion
just
item. Okay,
discussion.
good, perfect. Vice Mayor Amsler. We have the 5-foot setback. We know your feelings on that. Are there other things in here that you say, I am not comfortable with this and would not vote for it if this is the proposal.
So on the same point of, I was asking about accessory buildings, number of stories being one. I don't think that's necessary. Creativity and design shall encounter, that's perfect. A maximum of 20%. I wouldn't vote for a specific amount to be on the site. I already explained it, right? I don't believe in the need of the site backs on the second floor. I'm just going through the changes. Interior primary stair to have a 20. I don't, because of the same issue with privacy, the rear back, I don't support the 20 additional setback feet. Wall planes shall be designed such manner to provide movement articulation to prevent extensive wall planks. That's good. My question on that was what are the tools? So I would want to understand what the board does about that specifically to go in the back and forth with the developers on how to work around that. And I stated this at the beginning, I wasn't sure, all portions of the building on the second floor within the rear 2/3 depth of the buildable area should be designed in such manner as to impede visibility. I do have the word impede. I did just a quick synonym search and I understand it's not prohibit. It's just to deter and somehow, the rear 2/3, it's an issue for me as well. Roof deck shall be designed in such manner as to impede visibility into a viewing properties. I'll be up for a conversation about that one as well.
I thought we were just listing non-starters.
Well, yeah, understanding that impeding visibility, we're going to talk about, well, we can talk about.
I have a whole long list. I mean, not a long
Yeah,
list, but
correct.
if any one of those things is in there, you'll vote no. Okay.
Okay. Yep, I appreciate the insight. Commissioner.
Are residents allowed to come up and hand notes to commissioners at a meeting that are not on record? Because now information's being passed around and I'm not privy to it.
Well, they're public record.
Okay.
Now that you've received them as commissioner, they're now public record.
I would like to see all of these notes, please.
Perhaps.
Can it be read out loud?
Note, please.
Perhaps members of the audience could ask some to the microphone to speak instead of creating record. The record of the meeting is record enough. We don't need permission.
Now that has to be preserved by the village.
Yeah,
Right.
I'll give it to them.
So either we don't allow that or we allow people to speak, but I think this is kind of crazy, Jonathan, to have. no.
I understand. If we have questions, it would be easier to ask the questions, I think. I'd like to at least get through, Commissioner Gonzalez, you're the last person that I wanted to ask that question to about the items in this. Go ahead.
So Amsler?
Several of the items she's listed. Correct. That's correct.
So,
Commissioner.
one thing, first of all, real quick. I already said that I don't think it's a privacy issue. I think it's a massing issue, right? And so looking at the diagrams, guys, that were provided to us today, the average takeaway from this is about 600 square feet, right? From what it was to what potentially be. These are giant scenarios, right? Most homes are going to be maybe 100, 200 square feet, maybe. Difference, right? So is that really going to have a massing impact, 100, 200 square feet? I don't think so. I really don't believe so. So the 5-foot thing is a non-starter for me. Also, and guys, listen, this is not an all or nothing.
Because you think it should be more.
No, I don't think.
It should be there at all.
No, I don't think we should have it at all. And then the other thing is, like I said, you're talking about 100, 200 for a regular home. That's really, it's really a minimal massing thing. And then the other thing is, and like I said, this is not an all or nothing. There's a lot of things on here that are great and that I am fine with, and we can certainly move along. The other thing is the height. You know, for me, the 30-foot is if that's the way, I would vote against 30-foot. I really think we should bring it down. They've recommended 28 feet. I said 25. You know, I think 28 is a good compromise. And to Mac's point, we got to try to get what we can get, right? So those are the only two things.
All right.
Can I ask Art a question about, okay, so you're saying a non-starter for you is the additional 5-foot setback for second stories because
For two reasons. One, I don't believe that it's a privacy.
it's a massing thing, not
It's a massing thing. And if it's a massing thing, 100 or 200 square feet of massing is not going to have
okay, but that's
giant
what I wanted-
impact.
That's what I wanted to comment on. It's not that additional, it's not that loss of space is the massing that they're addressing. It's the second floor going in. It's that massing, that visual massing on the side, not the amount of space up there. That's not what they're trying to accomplish. That's just kind of the side effect of it is, you know, the side effect is you lose a certain amount of square footage, and he's making sure we're clear. The downside is you do lose some square footage, and this is how much it is. So the massing is on the side is where.
Yeah, it's so it's a visual thing, but
Exactly.
right. And I get that. But to a resident's point, about these giant constructions and, wanting to reduce massing, right? Again, 100, 200 square feet of less mass is not going to have an impact.
Yeah, that's what I'm not saying what I want to say clearly.
Okay, so maybe Gage can say it?
I think we're not
know.
accomplishing that.
It's
And
not-
also,
it's not about the amount of space on.
Oh, but that is important to residents, right? It's
know that,
the
but
the
you're saying-
amount of,
But you're saying it's not accomplishing much because you're only getting rid of 100 square feet.
yeah,
That's not what they're trying to accomplish. They're not trying to get rid of square footage on the second story. That is the
They are.
consequence.
yes,
Right, it's the consequence of affecting the massing.
correct.
Vertical massing on that.
I get it.
But when you take the second story in.
So then it's an aesthetic,
Is.
and it's aesthetic
Exactly.
visual thing.
Exactly.
It's
Which
not,
which is called massing, articulation.
okay.
which
but-
impacts
but
our
again,
property taxes negatively,
It's not.
by the way. I would
still
like to
think-
bring up that, as part of the mission of the land development code, we have a responsibility to the village, right? You just read it. Part of that responsibility is a fiscal responsibility, remembering that we only receive money from property taxes. So any reduction that we're doing in the code is going to negatively impact that potential property tax income. Yes or no?
Respectfully, no. I'm going to very respectfully, very
Correct me.
sternly
No.
disagree. Because Ed, well, it's not a matter of being wrong. I'm just saying Ed just showed us scenarios where the houses are huge. So we're talking about being taxed on a house. In the case of my house, being taxed on a house that is, so my house, I'm being taxed on 2,361 square feet of house. And then in this new scenario, I'd be taxed on 3,400 square feet of house. Jonathan is being taxed on, what is it? Where is it? 4,415 square feet. No, that's the new one. I'm sorry, it's not correct. Yeah, no, this is the new build. Well, for all of them, it's significantly bigger. So you're being taxed, Dan Keys, take this. I don't want it. I'm not looking at it. I'm not taking it. I don't want a piece of paper that I have to deal with. You can go read it into record if Jonathan lets you. I'm not taking that piece of paper. Thank you. Really.
We can take some questions. I'd like
So,
to focus on what is. in front of
So,
us for
the
time.
point is, to respond to you respectfully, the taxes are gonna go up huge on these things. Huge. So, I mean, you're gonna be more than doubling the size of the square footage of the house and adding all kinds of bedrooms. So it's gonna positively impact us in a big way. The variance is very tiny, couple hundred square feet. Couple hundred, nothing in the grand scheme of things. Art, you're agreeing? Yeah,
All right. Can I make a suggestion here? Why don't we start at the beginning? Let's find out if there are things in here that we all agree on.
I have an idea about McMansions I'd like to discuss with the.
Yes,
Oh, you
please,
don't
go
mean that
ahead.
far at the beginning. I'm sorry. You don't mean 2 years ago beginning?
Started,
I'm just trying to lighten the mood, guys.
let's start with what we have in front of us, because I want to know, do we have some items here that we all agree on? And are there things that are inevitably going to have to be discussed further because of time restrictions? So that's where I'd like to start. If some of the larger things that we're discussing kind of all focus on the same aspects of this amendment. There are some things we have not even talked about because I think they're probably agreeable. So let's look at the definitions that we have in front of us. Definitions seem simple enough. Hopefully. I think that's where we start, right? Chapter 2. I'm sorry, Alex? Or didn't we have changes? Didn't we have additions to lot interior, lot exterior?
My only question about that, Ed, is the,
This?
this is
This
what I
is-
was gonna
yes,
ask you
that's a
before we
change.
started the meeting, Ed, was, the definition of lot interior and lot exterior, the words are used that way, and then throughout the code, it's made more readable by saying interior lot, exterior lot. Is that okay legalese wise? You're okay with that, the words are flipped for readability later?
Yes.
Should it, in the definition, should it be defined that sometimes you'll see that extra sentence?
No,
where
this
they
is,
say-
this is the correct way because you're starting with the lot, right?
Yep.
A, B, C, D, F, you keep it in order.
Yep.
This is the correct way.
No, I understand it's the correct way, but later it's not used the same way is my point. I just don't want, okay. So might there be a sentence there that says also known as interior lot, exterior lot? No, okay. Crossing Ts and dotting Is.
What I'm thinking is if we can accomplish something, it would be to, if we all agree on some of these items. These items seem rather subjectively innocuous.
Sorry, I thought you want to talk about the definition section.
We are, yes.
Oh,
We're
okay.
talking about the definitions. Yes. I'm just saying like the intent, if we come up with something, let's say we get down to table A and we decide we all have differing opinions on that. Maybe we could jump to pass it and say, let's reserve it and come back. And we can go to architectural design to see if it's something that we all feel comfortable with. Just in the interest of preserving the larger discussion items to see if there is anything here that we are comfortable with. Because I'd just like to narrow our focus. That's what I'm thinking. So as far as 2.2, 2.2 lot interior, lot exterior. Is there any discussion on these items that we feel we need to talk about before we say, okay, we're comfortable with this addition?
No, I don't have a problem with the definition as it's written. Granted that it's ensured that within the code in general, it makes sense, right?
Okay, all right.
Believe this was agreed upon sort of in our last meeting that I recall, so I've got no comment here.
I have a couple. 2.2.11, you want everything in section 2, right?
No,
Definitions.
just what was said.
Are we talking about definitions?
Yeah. It's 2.2 lot interior, 2.2 lot exterior that is marked in green.
2.1, the accessory, you're talking about the accessory building and structure?
2.11, I thought you just said we're gonna look at anything regarding definitions. You guys are working from the memo, I'm working from the ordinance.
No, I'm working
Oh.
for the memo.
Oh, I'm working from the ordinance, because there's other things in the ordinance that were changed. We need to look at the ordinance, not this. That's just comments from the board. We need to look at the ordinance.
I thought didn't we get past everything up until
Now some things-
section 10?
But some things changed.
Okay, all right, okay,
That's what I'm saying.
okay, understood.
2.2.11, we don't have clear story windows in this code anymore, but there's a definition for them. So does it need to stay there? That's a quick question.
That doesn't hurt. I mean, if someone wants to put on clear story windows, so yeah.
That's why I'm asking, because we took it out. It's being
Right.
suggested to be removed and there's a definition. That's why.
If someone wants to have them.
Okay, 2.2.37.
Use.
The ordinance.
It's the full ordinance.
Ordinance. Main ordinance, the first one.
Commissioner, you'd started at 2.2.1. Did you have something on that item?
Third story window, that there's a definition there.
2.2.11. Got it. Okay. Okay.
2.2.37. This one might have a little, we might have a little bit of a problem. I was talking to Ed about this. 2.2.37. It defines height of building. It says measured from height of building, measured from the established base flood elevation for the purpose of regulating the number of stories and the height of the building. It's a definition, but in table A, it's defined differently. It's defined as base flood plus 1.
Alex,
So we need to be,
Alex, this is what we talked about earlier.
so
But +1 was added as green as just suggested by the planning board on this last
think it's
reading.
Because that's the way FEMA describes it and defines it. So that's why we did
had
that.
decided on that.
Correct. So this is what would need to change.
Exactly.
This would need to reflect the FEMA definition.
That's what I'm saying. There's an
Which is what we're
inconsistency.
going with in the forward. Yeah, we didn't go back to definitions.
So, yeah, Ed and I spoke about it, but would you rather have the +1 well, because it may change. It would change. That's why it's not, base flood could change.
I understand that.
So,
It's general, but in our table, it says base flood +1.
Right.
We add the +1 onto base flood. So it's defining the height of the building. All I'm saying is we have a definition that says this is what the height of a building means. And it doesn't match what we say in table A what the height of the building means. That's all I'm saying. We have two different things going on here.
well,
All we have to do is add all we have to do is say height of building measured from the established base flood elevation +1. No, the base flood changes, not the +1. We add the +1. We add the +1. We add it, right?
Correct. Alex, is
So
that
the
correct?
Flood changes.
yeah, so Ed, could we in the definition add +1, which may change over time?
Let me just say then pursuant to table A.
Well.
If we change,
Section of the code in the definition.
Alex, base flood can change per FEMA.
Yes,
The +1, where's that come from?
that's what it is now in the village. That's,
The village made that determination to always add 1 foot.
yes.
Okay, that's a village choice.
Yes.
Okay. So the base flood changes.
One of them is the definition of the height of the building. The other one is an explanation of what the maximum height of the building is going to be. Oh, two totally different things.
I know, but read it. It says height of the building is
Totally
defined
different.
as
Two totally
measuring from base flood elevation.
It's height of the building +1. Is the maximum.
Right.
in That table.
Right.
Right. But you start with the height of the building.
I'm just bringing it up. That's why I brought it up. If someone who knows better, fix it if it needs to be fixed.
So you're saying that here it's just, you're just naming it and referring it then on table A to say it's +1, so it's already established measurement.
That's exactly correct.
Yes.
Okay.
And the other one I already talked about. 2.2. And then 2.2.64 was something that was changed, pervious or permeable surface allowing water to pass or percolate through to the ground. And then it gives some specific examples. It says it should say areas such as grass, mulch, and landscaped areas are considered pervious. If we're going to specifically list things like grass, mulch, and landscaped areas, should we also list gravel because we allow gravel driveways? And Gage, correct, they're not counted as pervious for your calculations, right? Gravel. Or a gravel driveway is not counted towards the pervious calculation. Right, but for pervious, you don't use it as, it's a pervious material. Oh, right. Okay. But it is a pervious material. So my whole point is that for some reason here, we list certain things and should gravel be added there? Is my question. It's a question.
Can you guide me, what number again? It's
2.2.64.
Well, what if we just
All I'm saying is in this
What
section,
if-
for some reason, we chose to list certain things and there is a material that's used very frequently in the village. And if we're going to list common things, might that be added? If it's not, someone says it doesn't need to be, I don't
It's
care.
100% pervious, if you count it as, yeah, we could put it in.
It's either that, or if you wanted to encompass more, you just say areas including but not limited to. Or areas,
Gravel is used a lot.
sure.
So you're saying in the pervious include after grass, mulch, landscape areas are considered pervious. So in there you would put.
Gravel.
Gravel.
I agree. I agree because that's a question that's been up and down on whether it is pervious or it isn't pervious.
We're going to list things for some reason. Why not list the common thing? Those are all my definition questions.
Are there any other questions that we have on definitions in section 2? No, okay. Section 4 would be the next.
I have nothing.
Do we have any questions on section 4? Also, the next section then would be, I'm sorry, chapter 4, chapter 4, and the next would be chapter 10. All right, so this is where we have our first, if we're looking at the memo, it's congruent now with this chapter 10, the first of which we have with non-conforming lots. We have a couple of changes to 10.2.3 non-conforming lots. Do 10.2.3, yes. Was there any comment or discussion about the additions that we have to 10.2.3? No, okay. Change I see is 10, still in chapter 10, 10.2.5 zoning. We're talking in 10.2.3. Existing lot of record that is non-conforming to table A residential sectors in size and or width shall not be building site. Alex, is there any?
It's area. Well, no, it's either area or size, so.
Alex is
Say area instead of size. It's a lot of area.
okay. Is there any issues up here with the change from size to area? No. Okay. Alex, do we have any?
Typically, it's typically a width is measured at the front setback. So if it's a pie shape, it's whatever your front is. So as your front, typically the front is the narrowest portion of the lot. That's historically what it is. Obviously, it's not always that way, but the narrowest part of your lot is typically the front.
Excuse me, Mr. Keys, can you, do you mind coming to the microphone so we can capture
Is that a
comments for
change,
the record?
Alex, that
It's lot width is lot width. I mean, I would keep it the way it is. I would change it. We could change it from size to lot area. And or lot width.
something, all right, is that something that you?
Age, has that ever been a problem for you guys? I didn't think so.
Right, so.
Understood. All right, thank you. 10.2.5 zoning map. Do we have any comments or discussion on zoning map as it's written? Zoning map, I think we could just move on. If there's nothing on zoning map or sector development standards, I know that the next discussion item, I think, would be in table A, some of the items in table A. Well, if that's going to be a discussion item, then I think that we could maybe revisit it if we've got some issues with table A. We have discussion items in table A, yes? Okay. Everybody, okay, yes, everyone else, we'll come back to table A. Okay, all right, we can come back to table A. Right, table A. Architectural design, well, this is something that hasn't really come up, I don't think, but if I'm wrong, then I'm open to listening, but 10.3.1, we have some kind of creative language that was added. Is this something that we wanted to talk about? I'm just asking the commission. Right, yes. So
10.3.1.
correct, style and color of buildings. We added some kind of open,
We bypass the graphs remain the same, nothing to.
no, nothing has changed with those.
No, I don't have a problem with 10.3.
No? Like the. Okay. 10.3.1.
Recital. When, oh, got it, okay.
That's correct. He's shaking his head, yes. Okay. If that's the only change there, then we can. So 10.3.3 is, I think we'll have to pass or come revisit. Let's, we'll be. Exterior doors and windows, I think that had some items to be discussed.
So 10.3.
We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back because that's a larger discussion item. The next one, 10.3.4, exterior doors and windows.
3.4.
No, 10, the prior section, 10.3.3. So we'll come back to 10.3.3 to talk about that, but 10.3.4, if there's any large discussion items that we have to have with 10.3.4.
And this was an addition to the existing code as is written today, right? This is one of the original recommendations from the board.
It's been amended. This. Right, this went back to, correct. They took some things out of this. So if we can come back and discuss it if we feel it necessary. Well, let me just ask this because I know Vice Mayor Amsler, there were some items on your list of non-starters. Was this that? Is this a larger discussion item?
I'm going through this right now.
Okay.
Just rereading it and making sure I'm focused. We're going back and forth
I
from the
know.
ordinance to the suggestions, 10.3.4. We discussed this. I don't have a problem with this
10.3.4.
as it's suggested and removing, by the board, the restrictions. It's exactly
Color, the restriction on design, materials, things like that.
correct. I'm okay with 10.3.4 as it's suggested.
Yes, please.
Working from the old one.
I'm working for the one that's here, the ordinance.
That's already in. Or the one that they already posted up here, because the suggestions have already been put in here.
Por eso estoy
Yeah, the updated one is here. Yeah, it's on, the updated one is here. So yeah, so you don't need to be going from, from the suggestions.
I just want, it helps me to see the recommendations in green because we're
Yeah, the
seeing that.
memo highlights
Okay.
what has been changed.
Okay, now you lost me. See, now I know what page I was. What are you doing? Okay, got it. Perfect. Back on.
Last page of the memo, page 18 of 23 of the ordinance. 12.6 point. I was just seeing if he was paying attention. 10.3.4. Okay, so you were talking about B, 10.3.4 subsection B.
I'm sorry, my mic's not on. It says that everything facing the street, everything on that side has to match. It doesn't have to match the rest of the house. I get that. But it then doesn't make the distinct, it doesn't say that every side of the house has to be of uniform, blah, 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 blah. It's only the ones facing the street as if that's the only one that matters. It's odd to me. I think everything on a single side of the building should match. If they don't match, if the front doesn't match the back and match the side, that's fine, because no one's seeing them at the same time. But if the point is to make it aesthetically pleasing, it should be that everything on a side should match. And for the record, most people just kind of do it all at one time anyway. So, but if we're going to have it in the code, if the point is, shouldn't it just say, instead of saying all windows on a street facing facade, shouldn't it just say all windows on a single facade or something like that shall be of consistent style, type, and color? So that's my one point. And I guess doors would be the same thing. Then C says, it says, windows shall be limited to blah, 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 blah. Okay. And then it says horizontal rollers and single hung window types shall not be combined on a street facing facade. It singles those two out for some reason and says they can't be on a street facing facade when the one right above it says that they all have to match on a street facing facade anyway. It's just kind of awkward. It's all tripping over itself. So I just think it could be tidied up there and just simply say everything on the single side of the house has to match. Ready?
So what would you change?
Instead of street facing facade, say on a single facade or one facade or whatever language Ed and Alex think kind of would achieve that.
But if this is related to someone getting a permit, what if they were trying to do the windows, maybe not all at once, maybe
still
because
do
they
that.
couldn't,
No,
right? Financially or something like that. And if we're talking about privacy and being the thing, no one's going to see the side facing windows, right? Because we're meant to give privacy to our neighbor. So, I mean, okay, but how could they see it? If
But the point is we're saying this for aesthetic reasons. Aesthetics
I'm
are
just
aesthetics.
wondering about, I'm trying to brainstorm, why would someone have different windows on the sides as opposed to the front? And I'm the only
not
reason
saying
I
they don't have to
think
match.
of,
I'll give you an example because I went through that.
okay, like maybe with
Actually,
time,
and I
right?
was thinking about this, doing the hurricane impact windows all at once was very costly. So I had to choose, and I remember what the board said at the time was where you need to do the front and make sure that, even if you can't do the whole thing and you do it in phases, that's an opportunity to do that. So this bit, because the code provided the front, to your point, it didn't say a single side, it just said the front. So there's opportunities where that's going to happen. It might be that a window breaks, and if you have a roller window and those don't get produced anymore, and you're, okay, so what do I put instead? Now you got to start wondering what applies to you.
Well, the same would apply to a street facing facade in that scenario.
Correct,
That if a window broke and that didn't make that window anymore.
correct.
what would-
So I'm okay
all
with
the
this.
windows.
I'm okay with all windows on street face and facade shall be of consistent style, type and color. I think that's fine. You were
What
saying,
happens when you're in the scenario you just gave where one of those window breaks and they can't replace it? They'll have to replace the whole front of the house.
they would have to, well, if it's a side window that breaks, what do you do?
I'm talking about a front window that breaks. You said you're okay if it's a street facing facade. What if it's a front window?
No, I didn't say it's okay. I'm reading what is here. Here it says, all windows on a street facing facade shall be of consistent style, type and color. And that I understand why it's there and I'm okay with that. You proposed do it on any side,
Any single side?
any single side. I don't have a problem with that either. Because again, I understand the consistency that is being,
At a time, if that's what you can afford to do.
I could do the side because it broke on the side and eventually I will hit the rest. It could be, and I understand why it's there, but it doesn't bother me to change it to single side. Yes.
Just pointing that out. It's not a non-starter. I'm just, since
Yes.
we're going section by section, I'm pointing out all the things I read.
But do we have support to change street facing facade to single street face
Or single side or
single facade? Thank you.
Would that solve an issue, Gage, if I may ask, to change the word from facade to single side? So it not necessarily means the front, but it could be the side of the house or the back of the home.
that any single side of the house would be consistent,
Any facade.
any facade. And this,
So this,
this change would
it
need.
still does that. It still does.
If it's not a problem, then I'm okay with remaining what we have right now.
Okay. All right. So we'll change it to single facade. Thank you. Was that all we had for 10.3.4? Yes.
You-
Sorry.
Can you
Yes.
tell me what the final decision?
Yes, of course. We've changed A and B. Okay, A and B, we changed from street facing facade to single facade. Sure.
I think if you say single facing facade,
Single side.
Single side.
Single side
okay.
facade, single sided facade. Is that
Yeah, but
more
the thing
accurate?
is then you're might be overlooking corner lots because then that's two sides. So you're saying that the lots that are on, the windows that are on the front side back can be one consistent thing, but then we don't require them to change the other one because it's on a different facade.
Yeah, well, kind of like, wouldn't the current way it's written sort of allow that to happen too?
Well, because it's facing a street.
It says on a street facing facade. So the way it's written now, but Gage is right. He's bringing up a good point.
Yep.
But the way it's written now would also provide for that to happen because it says all windows on a street facing facade. So if I'm on a corner, Janie's on a corner, a street facing facade could be her 119th side. And a street facing facade is her 11th place side, and she could do them two different styles and it would meet the code. And she'd come in here with her attorney and say, I read your code and I'll sue you.
A single sided facade, it's not within visibility.
Just however Ed gets the language to be one side at a time. Everything on the side has to match.
And is that doable?
Right, right. But right now it only says that for streets. Only for street facing. Well, and you can actually see like Janie's windows, you can see right now, the way it's
When
written.
we talk about facade, we're saying it's within a visible spectrum. I mean, it's.
Well, I brought up one particular item, but Gage brings up a good point that the way it's written now would kind of allow someone to do that, so.
Seems like the minority of scenarios. I don't know that we can write this in a way that's going to protect against all scenarios that we're seeing. So
That's
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
know.
I'm okay how it's written and I would understand based on what Gage, you're saying the corner lots then wouldn't have to make sure that both sides are in a way
That's the intent, yeah.
addressed.
If it's facing the
But it
street.
doesn't
So
say that.
both are being visible.
There's
I
3.
Understand.
And then there's some that have 3.
What's that? And you.
That's okay.
But the way it's written now, it
in
wouldn't
this
provide
case
for
Would
that.
apply that you would have to match all 3 sides at the same time. Yes.
But the code doesn't provide that for that if you read what it says. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't provide for that.
It says
Agreeing
on
with-
a street facing facade.
On a street facing facade. She
Is
has
there an
3
appetite?
street-facing facade. She has 3 of them.
Street facing facade,
It says A, 1,
if it's any
Okay.
street facing facade.
all.
Ed, is there a better way that you would address this?
I don't know what you're trying to accomplish, so.
Yeah,
until-
so I think
until
better,
You tell me that.
yeah.
I can tell you, we're talking,
So that like Miss Anderson's house, that she's required on all 3 sides to have single
Styling.
consistent style.
Consistency.
Is that what you want?
I brought up one thing and then it
Have led to the other.
it led to another thing. So let's cover the one thing first. I'm simply saying that house, all the windows on any single side have to match because you can see them all from whoever's seeing them can see all of them and they all need to match. Right now, it says that, but only for the side of the house that faces a street. I'm simply saying that theory, that all the windows on one side of the house have to match, should apply to every individual side.
What do you, when you say match, what do you mean by match?
And it says it here, it says consistent style, type and color.
So what about those clear story windows that are not the same as, huh? Yeah, no, I know, but it's not the same as the other windows. Correct. So then why are we saying that all of them have to match?
That's what it says now.
Huh?
That's what it says now.
Street, right. But not sides, because sides, you have bathrooms, you have
You have bathrooms in the front too. You absolutely do have bathrooms in the front. of houses.
I've got a frosted window on front and then for a window from a bathroom facing front.
So
it
Jonathan's in
passed.
violation
It
right
passed.
now.
It passed.
Oh,
All right, so. It's your guys' fault.
He proved it.
All right,
So Ed, to your question, that was the original reason I brought it up was if we're going to require them all to match on the side. And then it brought up a second point that it's the way it's written, it says it says a street facing facade. So it doesn't cover situations where someone's on a corner. and
Can we get
all to match.
can we get a real life example or from you
So-
as
so-
far as what's really happening out there?
So the planning board is always required or asked that all windows that face a street match. Where we don't really get into if it's something that the front, you do horizontal rollers in the front and you have single hungs in the back, we don't really care. You know, it was always street facing and we always use the harmonious card to do it. So in part of improving the code and making things more descriptive, this language was added. It was never added. But the intent has always been was to just to codify the front two facing street.
Which is visible to
Isn't that we all
majority of
see,
the
we all
majority
see.
of the people.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll just remind you that the sides of houses are also visible. When you go walking down the street, you can see the sides of houses and the windows on them. So the way it's written now, look, guys, when you're writing code, you got to think of these things because right now they have to be all matchy on the front and they could be God knows what around the sides and the back and none of it matches and it's different colors and and you can see that from the street. So if our concern is aesthetic and clearly it is, then we have to address it.
I don't have an appetite to discuss the sides to that degree. I'm comfortable with the front facing facade, the way that it's written today. I don't have an appetite to be concerned with side or the other street facing facades, none of that.
What
I just
that
want to
means
make that
is-
clear.
Then I want to make
I'm
clear.
comfortable.
What I want to make clear is that you would support a code that while we're sitting here looking at it, we recognize it has opportunity for weird things to happen in the village and that someone would be looking at later on and going, who would have thought somebody would have done that? They'll do it.
But
Isn't
doesn't
it overly prescriptive?
doesn't Gage and the board have
Give you-
some, the harmonious part where, doesn't that apply to, doing some crazy stuff on the sides of houses?
Yeah, I mean, that's.
They
where
can
that-
try to
that's
make
where
it
that-
apply.
That card kicks in, is that? what
Right,
we-
exactly. So they have some.
An attorney just showed up at a board meeting and said, you can't tell me what to do because it's not in your code. So you can expect that to happen again. That's not a single incident of an attorney showing up with a developer and saying, it's not in your code. You can't tell me what to do.
If they deny
It's happening. It's
harmonious, then that is the code though.
So we have developers represented by attorneys. All I'm saying, guys, look, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. But I'm just pointing out that developers have their eyes on Biscayne Park. And we need to have our eyes on what's going on around us. So if there's an opportunity to make something more clear and more restrictive, we need to do it. Because it's not he didn't get his last challenge from an attorney at the planning board, trust me.
If the intent was that all facing to the street windows will be in the same style, I agree that put in maybe any street facing facade contemplates that and helps you guys not to have one corner lot like mine, have black windows, one way and white windows the other way. And I would support, yes, I would support the any. So so again, all windows on any street facing facade shall be consistent of style, type, and color. Okay.
Well, it
No,
says
it just
A,
says
so-
a street facing facade, saying any to be more encompassing.
Is that what you recommend, Gage?
Sure, I'm totally fine with that.
Okay. I'll show you. It's here. It's 10.3.4 A and B. We're saying exterior doors, windows, on any street facing facade, any street facing. Facade. We're changing A to any. Yes, correct. That's correct. Yes, correct. On A and B, yes. All right. Did we have any other discussion items for C and D for 10.3.4? 10.3.4, C and D. We just discussed A and B. No. Okay. All right. So we still have a couple that we have to come back to, but there's a few more left here. 10.4 is our next item. 10.4.6 roof material. Did we have any comment or discussion on roof material? No. Okay. All right. 10.4.8 non-conforming uses and structures. You have anything for 10.4.8.1 through, goes all the way through 10.4.8.3?
I
Alex?
just noticed
Yes.
two typos in 10.4, new 8.2.
I'm sorry, which
Uh,
10.3.4?
expansion to non-conforming use, 10.4, new 8.2, A.
Okay,
So it should be where a structure being used for a non-conforming use.
okay. You said one other or no? Okay, so typo correction for 10.4.A.2. All right, so right now at issue is 10.4.A.1 through 10.4.A.3. Is there any concern or discussion items for those three subsections? Okay, hearing none. Okay, the next 10.5 landscape design, 10.5.2. Any discussion or concern with the addition of 10.5.2? No. 10.5.2, anyone? Okay, no, okay. Sure.
I'm sorry, mic's on. Ed, I have a question for you about this, and I just want to hear it one more time. This, originally, I brought this to the commission and asked for this to be included in our code. And initially, we picked up the Dade County code and we dropped it in here and we had some discussions about it and whatever. And we dropped it in, and then Valerie suggested that we, instead of doing that, we just make this single reference as it is there, in case that code changes. Is this being referenced here like this, is that completely sufficient for us to be able to enforce it? And it carries the same weight as if it were all detailed in our code? Because I want this to become something that we do. We don't do it, so, yeah. So we have to do this, and I want to make sure that we have all the ability to do it that we can. So your opinion on that, Ed?
That you'll be able to enforce it the way that it's written.
Okay, that's what I want to hear, because I just want to make sure that we have the ability. Okay. Alex?
And just the other reason, if the county changes its code and you don't change your code, there's an issue. So that's why it's better to reference another agency code. So this is.
I mean, this is an example, correct me if I'm wrong, that we could have a code that's more restrictive, correct? So if we just adopt their code without going through it, we're losing the ability to make it more restrictive if we chose to. I'm not suggesting that we do. I'm just saying.
Nothing in place, so this was the best solution for now until,
We
the
could
next
revise.
landscape review.
Until we would take a more serious look at it. Okay. I mean, we were Ed, weren't we able to enforce it before, even though it wasn't in our code? Or did we not have enforcement ability because it wasn't referenced in our code?
It wasn't referenced. There's no way that you can enforce the
Okay.
county code.
Yeah, okay, so, okay. Okay, but now that it's in our code, we have that's what I want here. We have complete ability to enforce this thing. Okay. That makes me really happy.
And it's a starting point we didn't have before.
All right, Alex, anything further on that?
As I mentioned before, after this section, there was a proposal to add in chapter 11 accessory structures 11.2, well, 11.2.1, and where we was proposed to add subsection E shall be limited to 1 story, and that's for accessory structures. So that would have to be added to the ordinance.
It's not in the
Since I
ordinance.
changed the title.
Which I've done this evening while we've been.
Okay.
Okay.
Here. So,
Yep.
yeah, that was the other item.
All right, so then before we go back, then chapter 11.2.1 subsection E, limiting accessory structures to 1 story. I know this came up, so was there any comment or discussion on the accessory structures issue?
I spoke with Gage on this one. I'm really used to seeing like a 2-story garage, more so I think in the northern states, the detached garage that has that 2nd story. So I didn't quite get why we would limit that, because there are some that look so nice. And I understand that we're bringing in to 20 feet from the rear setback now, which I think addresses the privacy issue on that. But certainly open to the conversation, because if it's an 18-foot floor height and you are able to build that detached garage at 18 foot, I think you can get the look of that cool looking 2-story detached garage.
I think, and I may be wrong, but I think a lot of times the reason people build 2-story garages is because they add an addition on the top of on the 2nd story, which we wouldn't allow.
Allow that, yeah.
So then why would
Yeah,
why
why
would we
would you?
allow a 2nd-story garage? I don't see the.
Well, we would allow some other kind of function up there, wouldn't we, Gage? They can't live up there, but they could make
Workshop,
storage.
cute loft.
I have a neighbor that
Where
did it, and
hang
what he
out for the
did,
kids.
yeah, he built it with a workshop.
Dance
inside.
hall.
Right. And it could be like a play area. It could be other things, right? Yeah.
I can only
Alex?
think of one. Is it on 8th?
Yeah. Actually, across the street from my house.
So is that the biggest? Yeah, but I'm just trying to think if there are any larger than that, or if that's like the biggest one in the village.
I-
Greenhouse.
know which one
also
you're talking
has
about.
one. The greenhouse also has
Just a tall house.
the 8th court. It's 8th court. So that's 8th Ave and that's 8th court. It is.
The garage I can think of is the one on, 8th.
For me as well, I think the plus 1 foot I'm sorry, the limited to 1 story up to 18 feet high, right? Would not necessarily provide for the privacy concern that we were trying to avoid. At 18 feet, I think you can still see through, so that would be a no for me. I don't think it's needed
What
to
about
limit it
limiting?
to one story.
I see.
Again,
sorry.
another thing I was thinking,
Understand that. I'm sorry. Say it again.
maximum accessory building number of stories, 1. I don't think it's needed. I think it's okay to.
What was the visibility thing? That's what I didn't get.
Yeah, I don't think it still solves the visibility issue if you have it placed at the corner of your lot at the end. You can still see 3 sides neighbors at 18 feet high. So I understand that most people wouldn't do this. And again, we've just mentioned maybe one case of being up there.
You're saying 18 feet is okay, but 1 story isn't necessary because
I don't think it's already says that we can build, I mean, there is no limitation in terms of height right now for the accessory building, is there? Okay, so we're just saying 1 story, so we just put a limitation of 18 feet.
Can we hear from?
I don't know that that
the-
is
The
needed.
reason for that you asked just for the 1 story?
It was privacy. He explained it before.
But also, I think we're gonna be revisiting the 18.
He doesn't like dance hall.
Got it.
Well, first of all, I just want to keep getting away from the use of the word privacy. It's impact on the neighbors.
Yeah.
It's not privacy. It's not seeing into or,
That's a good point.
again, it was just an easy fix because we were proposing on the primary structure, having it set back 20 feet. So since we don't really ever get applications for people putting in 2-story accessory structures, we thought it would just be, and especially considering they're sitting at the 10-foot setback lines, it was just an easy fix to prevent a 2-story now, 30-foot if it
Could
was
be.
allowed,
Yeah.
30-foot accessory structure at 10 and 10 in the rear.
Well,
So,
because you were also proposing 18 feet, so the 2 things went hand in hand. The
Yes.
1 story and 18 feet story height is what maxed it out at 18.
yes.
So Veronica, are you saying you'd rather it just say 18 feet and not say 1 story? Just say it can't be any taller than 18 feet?
No, I just didn't think it was necessary to clarify that there was 1 story.
What do you think the height should be? Because without that, then there is.
And I had height before, and it didn't seem to be an issue because we just stated that we don't have.
Well, it
people
wasn't an
coming.
issue, but also we also allowed 2-story primary structures on the rear setback line, and now we are preventing that. So we are in turn now
Allowing
creating
something else
a
to create the
limitation on primary, so it should reflect onto accessory structures.
And so again, because it's not privacy, we're doing this for,
The impact of a 30-foot 2-story accessory structure.
okay, but what's the impact for you? What is the
It
impact
should-
to your neighbor?
It just, there was a lot of concern about rear neighbor, people in their backyard pools. So
So
That's
it
where-
is privacy. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand what you define as the impact being in 2-story.
it would be the same to me as if I'm sitting in my backyard looking towards the left of my neighbors, seeing a 30-foot on the interior setback as I would on the rear setback. So we were addressing in the code 30-foot setback, 30-foot structures on the side. So we were now addressing 30-foot setback structures on the rear property line.
Okay, so being that is privacy, and again, I wanted to stay consistent with my approach on articulation and massing of the building versus privacy, but I'm willing to compromise in this case because I understand what if it is privacy and we are not moving forward with the 20 feet back, I'm sorry, the rear back setback that we have proposed. I understand how that can be a concern, so I will be okay with leaving it. That will be with as it is right now.
But is that contingent on how we amend or discuss the restrictions table A? So
Correct.
that-
We're just going in order, right?
Well, yeah, thinking
that's
about it in order, if what we're gonna talk, if we need to talk about that in order
Yeah.
for all of us to be comfortable with 11.2.1E, then we probably need to back up.
Yes.
And start with table A. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just picturing a 30-foot tall
Yeah.
shed in
Sure,
somebody's
yeah.
backyard.
I want to make sure I'm clear on what you said. So you're now back to being cool with it being a 1-story limitation.
I'm saying because of privacy concern, and we still haven't gotten to the idea of revising the 20 feet setback on the rear, that we haven't gotten there yet. We will. So far, if we go in order on this first item, when I'm not okay with the 20 feet rear setback on the
Regarding
back.
accessory structure, what are you okay with?
So I'm okay with leaving it at 1 story, 18 feet as it's proposed now, because I understand now its impact on privacy if it's allowed on the 10-line setback.
Okay, so you're okay with 1-story accessory structure and 18 feet for the accessory structure, or because what they're saying here is 18 feet story height. It's not related to accessory structure, it's story height. That's what I think.
Yes, I am.
You're okay with 18 feet
No,
story
and
height.
I'm
That's
glad you
what I
brought
wanna
it
make
back.
Clear.
Yes, no, I'm talking about the
didn't think you meant-
accessory. No.
Oh.
Appreciate you clarifying it
Because what
for
it
me.
says here is not an accessory structure item, it's a story height. It just happens to fall out.
Maximum accessory building number of stories. So in this case, you're talking, it's one accessory story and that's it. Yes. Sorry, I was talking about
Wanted to make sure.
the
'cause I didn't think
accessory
that's what-
being, okay. Thank you. Yes.
But
Yes.
just so we're clear, this was, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to speak for you. but
Okay.
Your comfort level with a 1-story limitation on accessory buildings is conditioned on the figures in table A staying as is.
Because it's provided that it's going to be 18 feet. That's the
So
question.
that's what I'm saying. If we discuss that and change it, then her opinion will change as to 11.21E. So what I'm saying is I think we need to start with table A before we get
Okay.
11.
Yes. And thanks, Mac, for clarifying that for me. Again,
If we do it that way. it-
we can either talk
then we
about the
get- right, then
accessory
we'd
and
end up with
what's,
a 30-foot tall accessory structure.
okay.
That's, yeah, we need to be clear on that.
The intention of it being here in terms of 18 feet, and that was a question I asked. So that's because we wanted to align with the additional setbacks that the second floor would carry. Is that correct? Yeah. All right.
So then I
Because
think,
you have to have a starting point for the second. story.
correct. So we need to talk about the figures in table A
Yeah.
before we can get to that.
I think they're just all
What
intertwined.
we're, correct. So what we are left with for discussion items is table A. 10.3.3, correct? And 11.21E, is that right? Those 3 sections? That's the accessory. That's this one. That goes with table A, with the limitations that we have set forth. So those are the 3 items that we have. And that's where all of the discussion items that we previously talked about are contained. All right. Yes, correct. So table A. Table A, the first item that we have in table A is the maximum height. I mean, look, we're not going to get through all of these 3 sections tonight. So we can try and maybe come to an agreement on 1 or 2 of these figures within the time that we have. That's the way that I would see us, because there are separate numerical items in this table that maybe we can discuss separately and agree on. The items that were at issue in table A, I don't know that we had an issue with +1 foot. Did we have an issue with base elevation? No. I think that we were satisfied with that number, but I think the first item that we have here is the maximum height, if I'm correct. All right. So then revisiting the issue as requested by just about everybody. Maximum height, Commissioner, everyone, is set right now at 30 feet. So let's see if we can make progress on that.
I'm comfortable with the 30 feet because Miami-Dade County is set at 35 feet.
Okay.
This is why I was comfortable at 30 feet.
Remember, in effect, with that +1, it would be 31, correct?
No, I think it's 29.
Right, okay, yes. Correct, right, with that understanding. All right, Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Gonzalez, I know you wanted to drop it down. What were the numbers that you were looking at?
I wanted 25, but I would settle for 28. We continue to talk about massing and, and the impact that massing has. And, I understand that Miami-Dade County has whatever. So I don't care. We're not Miami-Dade County. As far as I'm concerned, we're Biscayne Park. So, we're trying to preserve and And again, I don't know how many homes get requests that you have for 30-foot height homes here. I'm assuming they're not very many, if any at all.
0.
Yeah, so why open that window? If it's a window that is never opened, right? Why even open it? So if we can max it out, and again, like I said, you know, when I drove by that house that Gage had sent, that was 25 feet. I mean, it was just huge. So if we can say 28, then let's cap it at 28. And above floodplain plus 1, you're talking about a ridiculously high house, and that's mass. That is a massing issue that we can address.
Since I agree with him, can I chime in here? Sure. And I'll add to that, I'll up you. Is that the correct poker term? Poker. That house that you're talking about it's on 10th Avenue. How far back is that set from the street? It's like 30 feet. So imagine that 10 feet from your fence. Yeah, so that like doubles, that magnifies the impact. So you're looking at that from the street and going, whoa. Now pull that all the way up 10 feet from your fence and stand in your backyard and imagine that. So I really, really would like 25 feet. That it's 25 feet plus. Okay, the building's gonna be 25 feet. And then it's gonna sit up, and it's gonna be upwards to 30 feet before it's all said and done. 25 feet of house and extra of whatever to get it up off the ground. 25 feet is a lot of house. It's a whole lot of house. And I'm trying to help get this thing done. If we ended up at 28, I wouldn't be happy, but I'd vote for it. But 30 is just too much. It is way too much for Biscayne Park. I don't care what Miami-Dade County has, frankly. That's Miami-Dade County. Drive around Miami-Dade County. Heck, we're Biscayne Park. I almost said something that Britney Spears would say. Add a little extra. We're Biscayne Park. We're better than Miami-Dade County. We're better than other municipalities. We're supposed to be a step above. God knows we pay a step above. And this is the one single thing that I hear more than anything is the height. The height. And they're seeing it from the street. When you drop it next to their fence, then it makes a huge difference. And I've heard that too from people who had these things pop up next door. So guys, strongly, everyone here needs to try to give a little so we can get something good done here for this village. Everyone needs to give a little. And this is one that I would ask you to give on because it's the biggest impact.
Yeah, just 5 feet. That's all you got to give.
Or just 5 feet. Yeah. And I'm giving all over the place. I'm giving all over the place here. So I would ask that everyone give a little.
And listen, but Gage, so the majority of the two-story homes that come before the board to be built, what height do you average? What is the average height that you see on a consistent basis?
I would say 20 to 25 feet, 25 feet roughly.
Exactly. So again, if it's a window that is currently not even being utilized, what's the point of why would we want to encourage or at least open a window to say, hey, you can build to 30.
It's a really
It's
good.
not even, it's currently not even happening, right? So let's cap it and say, okay, let's just keep it this because it's going to have a massing impact. It is going to have.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's inevitable. It's going to happen. And when it starts happening, then it happens more and more and more.
And just a point too, the property that you're referencing on 10th Avenue, it's actually, the height of that structure is to the pointed part of the roof. It's not even the top of the eaves. It's actually higher. So think about the fact that it could, if it was a flat structure, it would
Even
be
bigger.
higher than what is over there on 10th Avenue.
Gage, before you leave, it was recommended before 28. How did that number come up?
It was a compromise because some of us on the board actually wanted 25. Or actually 20, I think it started out at 24, 12-foot stories. And then some of the other board members felt it was too restrictive. So we looked at it and we came to 28. It was compromised, basically. That some felt that 24 was too low, and then some of us felt that 30 was too high. So we kind of came in between.
May I share Mario just gave me screen sharing capabilities. I just want to show something. This is not to scale. This is not far off from scale, but it's not meant to be something like Ed put together for us. This, what you're looking at is basically a street view, a very rough street view of Biscayne Park, and kind of the traditional setup of Biscayne Park: houses, trees, sky. Made it very simple. Did not want to detail this at all.
So you said this was from where?
This is not a photograph. This is slapped together. This is PowerPoint.
That you'd put together? I'm sorry?
My assistant did.
Okay, got it. I was just asking for the source. That's all. That's all.
Source is me.
Okay, that's all.
So this is like a basic setup that you see in Biscayne Park. And this is what we're talking about. This is what starts happening. And this is where the character of the village changes. Because then this big mass facing the street and this height, or it could be the view from the side as well, because the height is every direction. So Ed, do you like my trees? So no, but I'm just showing you this is what we're talking about, going from a regular traditional height of a house, like my house, to
One story.
well, this is just height. It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2 stories. This is height. We're not talking stories yet. This just shows you, this is what I'm talking about. This is how things start really changing the character of the village and the massing and the proportion. For me, it's as much about the voids as the structures.
Guys, I need to make a motion to extend the time by 15 minutes because we have 5 minutes left and we're not going to get through.
I'll second that.
We really need to finalize something tonight.
So this is what I'm talking about. It's the voids as much as the structures. It's what you lose when the houses get bigger, and it's trees and skies. And that could be from the street. You're looking at how things change, or from your yard, how things change.
Size did you include? So the tall one is what?
20, 30.
Got it.
Veronica, they're not to perfect scale, but they're not far off. But I don't want someone to like request it and find, yeah. Well, no, but it's not that far off.
We have some support for reducing it. We have some support for keeping it where it was. Vice Mayor Amsler, do you have?
Yes,
your-
I will be willing to go back to 28, which was the proposal that the board gave us in the last meeting, with the idea of the consensus that they had and the discussions, meaning that was the average at the time. I think 30, I voted 30 last time, trying to mediate between the county as well. I understand, and that would be a compromise considering, again, the massing and the articulation that we discussed, so 28.
So if that would be, if we have at least 2 support for 28, Commissioner Gonzalez, did you have support for 28 as well?
Got to get what we can get. So
I'd rather 25 too. Jonathan, you haven't set a number.
No, well, I was just trying to decide if we already had a majority.
30. But we have two at 25. We have 1 at 28.
I would go 28.
28?
Yeah.
Got 28?
All right.
I got something.
Sorry, did you say 28?
Yes.
I heard him say 25. I swear to God, he said 25. Okay.
So next question, the next question ties to 11.21E, which is accessory building number of stories. So we'll come back to that because I think first we need to address maximum story height, 18 feet. So Vice Mayor Amsler, you voiced some opposition to, you voiced some opposition to 18 feet. You care to elaborate?
No, and again, it was following the conversation we had last time about either we provide some sort of a height or not. And I would be okay with residents defining what that story height is going to be inside their home. So I don't think it's needed that we were to say that it has to be 18 feet.
So you want to remove the limit, the maximum story height number in its entirety?
Yes, then it would be that you basically can go as high as 28, but it doesn't establish how tall the first floor should be.
Right. We have some discussion on it.
I'll jump in.
Go ahead.
I agree with her and Veronica.
Yeah.
And it's because I don't care what's going on inside the house when I'm looking at a 28-foot structure from the outside, 1 story, 2 stories, 5 stories. We don't allow that. I don't care. It's the height that we're looking at. It's the mass from the outside. However, it's there to account for a 2nd story setback. So I totally support an additional 2nd story setback to lessen the massing and to help with some impact concerns on neighbors, mainly the massing for me, aesthetics. If the 18-foot is out, then that has to be added into that language because it's got to be one or the other. So for me, I'm totally cool with it being out because I don't care how many stories are inside that house. But at a certain height, I want that house to step back and not be so impactful on the neighbors and on the village.
Which
Are
would
those-
be on your first, it would be on the height of your first floor independently of what the height is. So if you were to go for setbacks on the 2nd floor and your first floor is 19 instead of 18,
Doesn't matter.
then that would be where it starts. And right, so that will vary.
We have to set a height that's measured from the outside, that's where it hits, because you need to, at a certain height, we need to agree that it's stuck back. And it would then impact the height of your first story. You're right, Veronica.
All right.
Gage, we just changed the maximum height to 28.
So are those two separate values? Story height versus setback height? So an interior, so if you have a 1-story home, we have no limitation on how high that can be. There's no story height, but then have a separate numerical value for where a step back would begin.
One or the other. I guess
Then
I thought we had already agreed to the no additional setback on the sides. I thought that was already a done deal. Are we going back to talking about that again, or is
I
that?
didn't know it was a done deal.
I thought we,
which
I thought we had agreed. No, we didn't agree to that?
which one?
Oh, okay. Okay, so the additional setback to me is a non-starter.
5 foot, the
Yeah, the
5 feet on the
so-
2nd.
Yeah, and
Okay.
and again.
Because
for
you
the
would like it
reasons-
to be more, you're saying.
No, I don't want it at all.
Oh, I thought you wanted it to be additional 10.
No, and again, I explained the reasons why. Number one, I'm not buying the privacy thing. And also I'm not, the massing, is minimal impact, as far as massing is concerned. So I'm not for that. So that's that. I'm all for articulation. And again, that's something that, Gage and I spoke about when he was, with me. That there are ways that we can, add articulation, to sides of homes. Whether it be, whatever, I don't know, he told me a couple of things. Whatever that is, but I'm not, for the additional, 5-foot setback.
So I think it sounds like we have probably 2 commissioners that don't want the 5-foot setback, because was that your position as well, Vice Mayor?
As well, and I think for similar reasons, in terms of the privacy, I don't think, again, we don't have evidence that would solve, 5 feet would solve, besides the fact that we've taken it from other codes as a reference, and that was originally 10, but then 5. But again, we don't know what the impact still is. So in that sense, it's a no for me as well.
Gage,
Can I
you have-
make a request?
Sure.
Can we, Alex, can we put a definition for what articulation is? I mean, since we're kind of taking the meat out of what is a 5-foot setback, what exactly can we put a definition to what an articulation is?
Yeah.
Breaking up of planes with more than 2 feet distance, 3 feet difference. I mean, just.
Or is it more beneficial to keep it more vague so when you want to use it, you can define it yourself?
Yeah, because that was a question of why 5, not 4 or 6. And again, I was coming from the point of articulation. What do you feel it's better for your conversations with the developers then?
Well, we originally set the mark at 10, we came down to 5, now it's gone. So, I guess we'll take whatever we can get at this point, so. But I just wondering if just to, you got to give us, this is the entire point is give us a little teeth.
What is your definition of articulation? What would that look like to you? Because I know that the undesirable thing is a sheer wall. Is that fair of me to say?
Yes. So
that
articulation
a
would
sh-
be a breaking up of planes by, my mind was 5 feet, but
A breaking up of planes. How can we accomplish a breaking up of planes without losing square footage inside of the home?
You couldn't. You couldn't. And I think, and again, I think I support the idea of including a setback, step back, I keep thinking on the second floor of 5 feet to break the 30 feet that you're providing as a maximum of a straight continuous line. So after that, I think it's a good idea to include an additional step back on the second floor of starting at 5 feet, which is, it's what was indent, exactly. So you can continue another wall after that with the idea of breaking the mass of the building. So it's not provided that you can only construct on 20% of that space to the rear sides or, any of the sides of it to the setback of 10 feet. But for me, it's to give you the possibility of saying you can break a wall after 30 feet with an indent of at least 5 feet.
but
Because
is
there
that
will be.
defined by a story or by the entire structure?
It would be by the entire structure in this case, because I don't think I'm not saying, okay, to the second floor being step back, only 20% being on the sideline. So for me is on the entire house, what we don't want to see, it's a story that goes, the 2-story high, 28 feet tall now, that goes beyond 30 feet. That is here. I'm okay with that. And I'm okay with providing additional step back on that second floor so that that wall, that side can continue to another 30 feet, but it cannot be on one continuous line. That's what I'm saying.
With a minimum step back of
5, which is what's proposed.
Okay.
And again, I don't know the number, that was suggested, and I understand that should give then a teeth to you to make sure that you don't have 40, 50, 60 straight, which could happen on the big lots of continuous wall 28 feet high.
okay.
Yes?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds
So you're saying
both.
it would
structures.
have to indent. What would that house look like on the inside when there's a section of it just sort of indenting?
Well, we saw some options
But I
here
think
of what
she's
you
saying
could
is that
do.
anything above 30 feet would have to be indented back. the
I'm going to
entire-
read it how
How long?
I'm going to read it how I can envision it. On the second floor, no continuous interior side facing or rear facing wall sections may exceed 30 foot in length. Because that was the purpose, right? We don't want any more than 30 feet straight on one line, continuous line. Successive wall sections on the second floor must be separated by at least 5 feet from other second-story interior side facing or rear facing wall sections. So you're indenting and allowing for indentation after 30 feet. So you don't have 40, 50, 60 feet long continuous wall. The purpose of this is to provide you with teeth for articulation, massing, and all of this.
When you first said it, you said the entire structure. So you're only talking the second story, not the first story.
Well, the whole thing is talking about the.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking for, because you said structure and that means.
No, the whole
the
ordinance we're
second story, okay.
discussing is the second
Okay,
story.
okay.
So just continuing on the
Okay.
conversation, again, to break that is not a 28, and that's what I said, 28 feet high, second story, 50 feet long, one straight wall, is you guys put it in here, in the interior side setback line to a maximum of 30 feet in length. And I'm okay with that. I'm saying I understand that would help break that
Okay.
big wall of 40, 50, 60, et cetera, that could become. And I'm okay with considering a step back in that case because it's the second floor of at least 5 feet, which is what you guys have proposed. And then allowing for again, I'm not okay with the 20%, so it could be another wall of 30 feet long. So you could have 30, 5 indent, 30. Right?
Or whatever the rest.
Or
of the
whatever the
structure-
rest of it, but I'm
structure is.
saying a worst case scenario.
Okay.
We broke the 60 at least in 2 pieces with the maximum provided the use you guys suggested.
For what length? Right.
That's what I suggest. Yeah, that's what was suggested. I said I would keep it at 5 feet. It's something for discussion, but I think, again, that's a point I would
No,
like to discuss with you and say, is it 6 feet? You know,
No,
and
no,
again, I don't know.
Five, to me, visually, I mean, I wish, Ed was still here to talk as a professional architect. Five to me seems like a visual break instead of just saying, okay, I'm gonna make it 1 foot, and really. it's
Correct.
not
Or add
really-
something to
it's
the
not
wall
really
that makes a
accomplishing
shadow.
anything, it
Right,
just,
right.
Yeah.
So Veronica, let me, I'm trying to, I'm liking where you're going with this. So I want to make sure I understand it. So you're saying right now it's written that 20% of it has to,
Be on 20% as we have it and all the examples we've seen
Right.
can be on the set,
can be on this.
on the line. Yeah.
The rest has to be
On the
set back an
setback
additional
line.
5 feet.
Correct.
So you're saying,
I'm saying, and it was provided that a lot for this was some of it, and, reference into where the window, and we'll get to that, are, et cetera, for privacy.
what are you suggesting changing?
Now I'm like, okay, if we don't want a straight, massing is a concern, and I'm
Change it
okay,
to?
and absolutely understand that. I would change it to, instead of having 40 feet long, and I'm gonna read you again, what I think.
Just describe to me what you're doing here.
It's instead of a 2-story high house that's 28 feet long.
On the setback.
A height on the set,
Uh-huh.
on the line, right? 10 feet.
Yep.
You now could have 30 only.
30 linear feet,
Linear feet, continuous feet
anywhere
would-
on the property or from the front moving backwards?
on the.
Anywhere.
sides, On the side.
Right, but where on the side? Anywhere 30?
Anywhere, because.
Anywhere 30 feet, okay. And then the rest is what?
The rest then you have to indent at least 5 feet.
Additional setback.
Correct.
Okay.
And so now.
For the remainder of the buildable area?
Or only maximum of 30, because that's what's been defined. So you could have, if you had the space, 35, 30. If your property doesn't allow for that, it will be
So
35.
you're saying
10.
the area, the length that has the additional 5-foot setback only has to be 5 feet long?
I'm saying,
30?
I'm saying a way that I would be looking into breaking the massing of the building would be to add a step back, additional 5 feet, in this case, because it was brought up. Yeah, I can, yeah, I think it's easier. Oh, the pool.
That's what I thought we were saying too.
With the note he passed.
Okay.
He said that I didn't get.
That's what I think is, that's how I interpret, and that's why I think it should be, because at the end of the day, again, I am not okay with having step backs on the second floor that provide for a certain amount of space to be limited, in this case, for example, 5 feet. I'm not okay with having a 30-foot long wall and ended up 5 feet only, square 5 feet. That I'm okay
one-
with
like the one-
breaking,
the
the
one on
idea.
the left.
What was suggested by our P and Z board was that we don't want to see any wall that's 28 feet high that goes beyond 30 feet. That's what's proposed.
I'm challenging you. I'm trying to understand. This is what you just drew is the second story only. The first story could be the whole way down the lot line, right?
Correct. So I'm saying.
Yeah. We're gonna do.
Was how things get built, and it's gonna be additional costs, and now you just.
Correct.
convoluted it even more.
Correct.
Uh,
Again,
we're at.
I'm
I'm
not,
sorry, it's 10:15. We, all right, how much? All right, how long?
I agree.
Well, listen, guys.
We're not,
I think this just made it more convoluted.
Yeah, okay.
I think we're starting to be architects, and we're not.
No,
No, we're not.
far from it.
Yeah.
I think we need to decide what we're gonna do with their.
True.
I don't think we should be up here trying to decide.
Yeah. I agree. And again, this was a way that I was coming. Guys, again, I don't want to complicate it and I want to extend another 45 minutes on this issue. I am not okay with setbacks on the second floor. Period. I just said, if it's to provide for a better mass and articulation, then I'm willing to consider that. And I don't understand if it's 5 feet, 6 feet, 2 feet. And again, where is it coming from? Okay.
Then you just suggested an additional setback that is even more convoluted than the one that they presented to us. You.
Okay.
You're presenting an additional setback, and you just said, I won't support an additional second story setback.
Because of the way it's being proposed right now is that you can only build 19 feet to the sideline. That is on big lots. On smaller lot, you can be 9 feet on the sideline. I'm not okay for changing that. No, so. Correct. So I'm not okay with limiting the 20% that we this, again, I said it, that sits at the 10 feet line. I'm not okay with additional step backs on the second floor to provide for privacy. If our concern is massing, okay.
Not the primary thing. The primary thing is aesthetic and massing. So.
Okay, right now we have it that you can only build 20% of the building up to this, correct? So 30 feet long wall on the second story is not 20% of the lots that we just saw. That's why I'm saying I don't agree with keeping it at this percentage as it's being proposed. And I would eliminate the percentage. I am okay with providing teeth for planning board. But no, I want to be very clear because I don't want to be, you grab my words and turn it into something else. No.
Okay with the second story setback.
And I said that, I'm sorry, but I said that on the last meeting. It was, we went one by one. Are you okay with setback? And I said, as long as it's for articulation, I said, yes. That's not true. I just gave you an example of how I'm okay with setbacks.
By saying I'm not okay with additional second, you said it. It's
For
okay.
privacy concern, and again, I keep repeating myself.
this is important. This is important, but we are over, so we need to decide very, very quickly what we're going to do. Are we going to?
Make a motion to extend to 10:30.
Yeah, second.
I agree.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Guys, I'm just gonna say, we've been talking about this for 6 months. We really don't have a lot that we're disagreeing on. So we need to really wrap this up. I'm not coming to another special meeting to talk about this. So you all can do it again, but I'm not. So we need to figure this out, in my opinion, and we need to figure it out today so that we can move this along. Because this is just 6 months of this is too much.
Okay, so that sounds like that we have an understanding of what you're proposing. Eliminating 20% and setting a maximum second story building to the setback line.
Which is the
Of 30
proposal of
feet.
the board. that we
Okay.
currently-
That's, I'm just want us to be clear, it's correct.
Quantify it by a number rather than by a percent, really what this comes down. Yeah, you want to quantify the second story?
No, I'm following the suggestion here that we have to work with now, and it says it's not gonna be more than 30 feet linear
What I'm saying
wall.
is You want to eliminate the
So-
percentage and you just want to
Yeah.
use the quantifier, but
Correct.
quantify by a number.
So on this proposal, I would remove the 20% and leave the rest and provide for an additional 5.
Get rid of the percentage, use a hard number.
And I said that before when we were talking about Indian Creek at 51% came out. Again, I think this is a good way to balance massing.
Well, with the understanding that that's what you're proposing, and with the understanding that Commissioner Gonzalez was not in favor of the 5-foot step back on the second story, Commissioner Gonzalez, is this something that you would be in favor of?
I don't really understand it, to be honest with you.
So I think you guys already being now
I don't,
just trying to create additional confusion. It was very straightforward when I read it.
Veronica, I was asked a question and I'm answering the question
It's
the way I
okay.
see it.
Right.
I really don't understand exactly what it is that we're trying to do here. I understand that there's a break after 30 feet.
Yeah.
To an additional 5 feet.
Yep.
How long is that 5 feet? Is that
5
5
feet
by
is 5
5?
feet.
Is it by 5 by 20? Is it?
I just gave you the example. It
Is it for the remainder,
says the remaining of yours, it could
the
be,
remaining of the structure?
it could be 30 feet, it could be 20 feet, it's remaining.
Veronica, it's just that your diagram confused us, that's all. Don't.
It doesn't, and it doesn't matter where that 30 feet is on the side of the building, correct? It doesn't matter where on the side that 30 feet is. It
can
can
put
be in
the
the
30
front, the
feet in
middle,
the
the back,
middle
doesn't
and
matter where, just
you-
30 feet.
30 feet
Everything else, 5 feet back.
is,
The
again,
remainder of the
30 feet
remainder
is
of the
what
structure.
was presented to us as the expectation.
No, I'm
to
just-
be minimum.
I understand, I'm just trying to,
Just like,
her
again,
down.
guys, just like Ed came with a bunch of different ideas on you, how you can work around that. This is providing the mass articulation that was defined as an issue and is grabbing the same values that was presented by the planning board, 5 feet for indentation, 30 feet long maximum.
understood,
And I'm saying
so,
that could be maybe looked at in this way.
understood.
So I'm here listening to it and I'm running around the village in my mind's eye and so there are really deep lots where that initial 30 feet is a very small amount proportionally to the depth of the lot. And that's why a percentage would make more sense in that application because they have such a deep lot. Let me finish. And then there are very shallow lots. Veronica, you live on one of them. You happen to be a corner lot, so this wouldn't apply to you anyway, but there are very shallow lots for which 30 feet would be most of the lot, the depth of the lot. So it would be like, Veronica, is the house next to you also on a corner? Yeah, both of you are corner lots, right? Okay. So, but there are houses on very shallow lots and very deep front right of ways, front setbacks. Like the house across from me. Okay, the house across from me is a perfect example. They have their front setback and then the property isn't very deep. So 30 feet would be almost the entire depth of the property could be on the property line. That's what I'm saying. So, so then in that case, in those two examples of really big lots, it's not enough. And on really small lots, it's too much.
But it was proposed by the board. You understand that? Yeah.
I'm just.
Again, it was proposed by the board that would be the way to solve on large lots that you couldn't exceed the 30 feet.
No, it's the opposite way. That's what I'm saying is that it's not fair. If you're looking at it from the perspective of someone who owns a really deep lot, you need more. What I'm saying the percentage in that case works better on those lots.
Yes.
No.
Are there
No.
big?
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Correct.
Oh, that's right, you did. Oh, you're right, you're right. So it's a max of 30.
You have more flexibility, if you will.
Okay. I get it.
Okay.
So Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have a better understanding of what's being proposed by Vice Mayor Amsler now?
I get it.
Okay.
So the only question I have, and I think Mac brought this up, is so on a very small lot, right? Where you have a very small buildable area, right? Huh? The depth. Yeah, the depth. How would that apply? How would that apply? It's you don't have, a big structure, so you have a small, how would that apply?
30 feet across the board is what she's proposing. Yeah.
So, okay, so in a very small lot, let's just use a small lot and a buildable lot and a small depth.
Example with numbers?
No, just want to ask Gage, what is the typical length of a home, just in a small lot? What is the typical length? Just more or less, just a guesstimate. Okay, so in a scenario like that, and then you have a 2-story, 25-foot or 30-foot home, right? You wouldn't have any indentation at that point, right? Because
Correct.
Correct.
you wouldn't have any indentation.
Doesn't have it because it's not at least 30 feet in continuous wall.
On that shallow lot.
Uh-huh.
On that shallow lot, you'd have a 28-foot vertical wall for the entire property.
Got it. Got it.
I don't want to open.
I'm gonna listen, I'm gonna stick with my no side setbacks and that's it. I'm not gonna
This was an opportunity to explore maybe coming to a middle ground with what the board was trying to propose. Again, I stick with an idea like this, where I would remove percentages from the calculations. I would agree to a maximum continuous wall of 30 feet and then an indent of 5. And then the same way that Ed brought examples, I think that can work around.
You're saying an additional setback for the extent of the rest of the building.
Could be or could it be not? Yeah, that's up to, again, it says here that it would be a maximum of 30 feet.
But it can't come back out to the setback.
It
You're
could.
saying 30 feet, consider the property
Continuous,
line.
it could,
Consider the setback, and then it has to have an additional 5-foot setback.
correct. It in an indentation of 5. I didn't say
But it cannot come back out to the property line at any point.
it could. I mean, the way I'm saying it right now,
Or what you're saying.
no, that is a suggestion of how I would use a 5 indent. I just give an example, but to your point, yes, I understand what you're saying. So not bringing it back and
Back out. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, no, I think in my example, you can see you go 5 feet extra and yes. Yes. Would you be allowed to do what you have on the one dent? Yeah. No. Yeah. No, no, I was suggesting, correct. I was suggesting that you stay in and that to provide for not being a because again, your point was, we don't want 2 feet. It could be that someone says, okay, I indented 5 feet in and then I have 2 feet, and then I go back in. I don't know if it needs to be 5. And that, again, it's provided by the board that it's 5. Yeah. Yes.
That's what she said.
One 30-foot section, the remainder has to be the 5 feet back. Doesn't matter where the 30 feet is. It doesn't matter how you allocate the 30 feet, 30 feet. Correct. Okay. Yes,
All it is quantifying it by a number.
correct. That's correct. All right.
Yeah.
All right, given that it's 10:30, I'd like to I think we just need to have a vote on that proposal.
Yeah, no, and again, see, if it's just for the sake of setbacks, and I said it before, and for privacy matters, unfortunately, again, not understanding what it achieves, my vote would be no. I was willing to explore with you guys a possibility of having it maybe written another way. So I'm a yes
Your
with this
proposal.
proposal.
Your proposed.
Yeah.
Your yes.
It is. But it's not the 20%.
Really just kind of saying it a different.
It could, yes. It could.
It depends on the size of the lot. It could.
It does.
The small.
Right.
Guys, we have the examples right here.
Yes, it's just 30 feet on all properties, 30 feet. Doesn't matter where, doesn't matter how you allocate it. It's 30 feet. Everything else has to be 5 feet back.
Break the 50 wall long and continuous wall.
Correct. I don't know if we have consensus. Commissioner Gonzalez? So we have 2 no's and I'm gonna say yes.
So we need to discuss what's left.
Well, I think that this affects,
That is it.
well, yes,
No.
we did get a story.
Can we finish
8
it?
feet. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Story feet was affected by the step back discussion, so we decided to skip it and come back to it. So now we need to have a discussion of, is there a story height that we are comfortable with? And this after 10:30.
Well, if we aren't going to have a second story setback at a specific height, which we're not now, based on what we just agreed to, then we need to have a story height.
So we need to have a story height. Are we extending or because it's 10:33? So
Extend to 1040. Let's talk about story height real quick. Anybody second me?
I'm sorry, 10:40?
1040.
Okay.
Putting pressure on us, John.
Can I ask, are we limited with 18 feet if we want to put an indentation on that wall? If we want to do this, does it require to be 18 feet of height on the first floor?
I think that's what we're talking about.
And that's what I'm saying. So it's not that it's either 18 or nothing. It could be open to whatever it's presented at the discretion of the.
I think it's open to discussion on that, isn't it? The 18 feet, we don't have to do it 18. We can kind of put it at wherever we feel comfortable. All right, so.
Yeah.
Could we have a different number?
Right. Yeah.
What about having the residents come with a proposal, I'm saying, and that is evaluated within the P and Z board? You're providing that it could be 15 and then you indent then, it could be 19 and you indent then. Why do we need to establish 18? And again, I'm just putting it out there for conversation.
Yeah, look, I think that was just the recommendation.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what we're talking about.
You guys have proposed 18 feet of story height, and that's what we kick this on.
One is 22. I forget. It varies, so, I mean.
Yeah. And 18 again was, Gage, what was 18, where was it pulled from, the 18 feet? Okay,
And Ed came and spoke with us about it. That's a really high story.
Just looking at how high is this, 20 to the? Or not?
I don't know.
It's higher than 18.
That's what I'm.
Because what we're saying is if at 18,
Because that's the point at which the second story additional setback starts.
So you would need to know where the indent goes.
where you begin.
Yes.
So even if you have a single story, if you have a single story that's 28 feet high at 18 feet, that there has to be some sort of setback
I'm fine with it.
after 30 feet,
Really a generous
after 30 feet.
story height.
After 30 feet.
18 is a very generous story height. I don't think that's restrictive at all.
What do we feel about 18? Commissioner Gonzalez? Okay. All right, 18. Then how does that affect, that necessarily it kind of affects the accessory structure?
All because it's a one-story building.
Correct. So that affects the discussion that we were having about limiting it to one-story accessory structures. So you can have a one-story, 18-foot accessory structure.
Remember, accessory structure is supposed to be, it's not a living space. It's a separate thing for secondary use. That's a really tall building for secondary use.
A good
I
question.
believe that's 10.
In this case, because it's just on the first floor, so it would be on the 10 line. Correct. All right, that's your question, yeah. So now we're talking about the rear additional 10.
Accessory
Did
structure.
we disagree on, did we just not disagree? Did we just agree on 18-foot story height?
Yes.
I didn't hear everyone say that. Art, did you?
I'm
Yes,
okay
we
with
did.
that. Yeah,
Yes.
So just to clarify, the 20-foot rear setback only applies to interior lots. The accessory structure applies to all lots, accessory structures, corner and exterior and interior lots. So the 20-foot setback on the rear, it only applies to people that are interior on the second story.
It's on
yeah.
the second story.
So no. On the interior lots, yeah, there's,
The interior
there's,
lots.
this limitation doesn't apply. to
Oh,
exterior
corners
lots.
are a separate animal. No. On the backs, on the rear setback line. No, no. Which one? The additional. That's what she's saying. This would. So what we're saying is the rear setback stays at 10 feet. And for the second story, defined now at 18 feet, it comes in an additional 10 feet. Is that what we're saying? That's what I understood
On interior lots.
on interior lots. That's
10.33B2, right?
I'll support that.
can you repeat that, Max?
10, I believe
The
it's 10.
Rear setback.
Yeah.
Is 10 feet for the first story. The second story has an additional 10-foot setback.
Yeah.
And it's on, they added it to table A. Or did you?
Page, that's 10, that's
Right, this was
10.33B2.
this addressed your concern about the buildings coming
Correct.
up into the backyard and,
Yeah, it does, except that, where I lived, the homes were parallel. Right? Here in this village, because of the depth of the lots, you have homes that could potentially be set way back and, so you have potentially the same issue on the sides as you do in the rear.
get it. So you'd think
You
that
know,
one
so-
rule would apply to all of it, but we're not doing it that way.
Yeah, exactly. So to be quite honest with you, nobody's gonna, I mean, you always say, you look at the worst case scenario. Yeah, you can potentially have somebody that's gonna build. Realistically, is not gonna happen because people want a yard and
Kind of a moot point.
want to put a pool and people, they want a place to,
They
so,
don't let you do a pool in the front yard.
yeah, exactly.
So you're saying it's kind of a moot point, so it's easy to live
Definitely
with.
don't- I mean, I'm fine either way, to be honest with you.
I think we have consensus on that one, don't we? Veronica, you were a yes? Veronica's were?
So to add in an additional 10 feet to the rear
Rear.
setback.
Second story.
Second floor,
Second
yes.
story.
No, I would not be okay with that.
We've got three. Jonathan, what are you?
So you said
I would,
not okay
I
with
would
that?
not okay with that. Yeah, I don't think the second floor needs an additional 10 feet of rear setback than what we currently have. We have
Currently have
10 on the first floor, and on the second floor, I don't think it needs to be 10 feet indented.
There is no setback.
Yeah.
So you're advocating for no setback on the second story on the rear facing.
Well, there's setback built into the code, and no additional setback.
10, just to remain, to keep it at.
Right.
There'll be a 28-foot or 28-foot.
And again, something that can be
Okay
contemplated
with that.
for massing, because again, I'm coming from privacy that I don't think we're gonna solve the concern that are the 10 feet on the second floor. If you put 10 feet more, I don't think you can still do that. Some of the examples that we saw that, and again, I don't have the tools to say you can or you cannot. So for that matter, I would say just keep it as it is in the code, which allows you to build all the way until the 10,
Okay, understood. We had Commissioner Kennedy was in favor of it, Commissioner Gonzalez was in favor of it, Commissioner Oliveira, you were not in favor of it? Yeah. I'm sorry, you said yes.
Yes.
No, I agree. No,
You were a yes?
I thought I was comfortable with the designs that were based
We
on
got
that
consensus
setback.
on that?
Yes, yeah, we had.
Was that
consensus
the
on
last
that.
thing?
We had articulation, we have impeding visibility. Impeding visibility was kind of an important one. We're at 10:42. Do we feel like we can resolve that in the next, I don't know, 10 minutes?
Let's do it.
Motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock. Let's just bite the bullet.
Okay.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Did we have any further discussion on articulation, or did we want some further, before we get to that very quickly, that came up, did we want further information about what articulation means?
As long as we have the 5 foot,
I had a question. So what do you define? So when you ask for back and forth with the developers and you ask for help on this matter and you say, okay, we need to prevent, this from happening. How do you include movement? What do you ask? What do they have to bring to the table for us to say in a matter that provides movement and articulation? So what tools do you have to currently? So what do you ask?
we would
for them
ask,
to include?
breaking up the planes, wall textures, something so that it's, that it's not all blank walls. So maybe, stucco work, things that are just that break up a blank wall, basically. Well,
Got it.
first of all, we don't have the word articulation in our code currently. So
Yes,
Could be a balcony.
yes,
as long as
as long.
impedes impedes visibility.
I'm okay with that. Yes.
All right, so then impeding visibility is
The last.
the last item.
Okay,
So-
may I make a suggestion there? If the word impede is bothering people, it sounds like it might be just a little too much, maybe to some people. Does it bother some of you? Because I'm fine with it. But if it's too much for some people, the word hinder dials it back just 2 little notches and still makes it very clear to not make it easy, certainly. But I'm fine with the word impede, but if that's for the sake of getting this done, if you want a word that's not quite so hard.
And I guess what bothers me about it is when I think of a parapet wall on a balcony, I think of a condominium. I think I said this in my first conversation with you back in December. When I think of a concrete wall on a balcony or a parapet wall that goes a little higher, it makes me think about living in a condominium. I, we talked about a trellis, we talked about, living walls, plants, and I get it, that's not permanent, and we're looking to hinder the view into someone's yard, although I totally just think it's impossible, and all of those things for the reasons that we discussed.
But here's the thing, if we don't have anything, everything that we just did, somebody could go and put a picture window on that 5-foot setback property and have a picture window overlooking their neighbor at 5 feet back. So
What do you mean
it's,
5 feet? There's a minute, there's
Well,
a 10-foot
it-
setback. What do you?
well,
You're-
10 plus
he's talking
5.
about
So I'm
the
just
side.
saying, at
He's
15
talking about the
feet,
sides,
you
not
could
the
have
rear.
on the second story, a picture window facing your neighbor, and there would be nothing that would say you can't have that picture window.
They're asking for a word, guys. They're literally asking us for a word that gives them a little bit of juice, a little bit of muscle that they can use just to kind of say, work with us here. It really don't want you looking straight at all this stuff.
And in this case, I mean, I think my concern with the word, and again, it was to prevent completely, to prohibit
Well, no,
you
the
being
intent was
able
never
to see.
to say you can't do something. It was just saying you have to do it in a way that it blocks or it fuzzies the view
Okay,
towards your neighbor.
and so the current tools for that will be what? How do they, so in the balcony, they put a wall instead of a clear glass.
Yes.
Okay, I am not okay with that. Again, I think that defines style. And I think, again, it goes with the idea of privacy, which I think we can mitigate. And you guys, I'm sure, will come and say, work with us. We had a case that said no because it was railing, but many do say yes. And I think that's the part that we need to be flexible, because if we are asking for a wall, then you are defining a style in that sense.
That's what we do,
Any
though.
style.
Yeah,
There are lots of ways you could design something that in a stylistic way. Look, we're not architects or designers.
no,
But they can do this. Art. Ed stood up here and said, I do this for a living. I can
Right.
do this. I can work.
And
on it."
so-
Why don't we just take the word and make it something a little softer so we can get this done? Just say hinder, diminish, something that gives them something to say, look, guys, work with us here. That's
and so then what is hinder and what is diminish, and how do you measure what tools are to be used?
Veronica, we have lots of things that we left in here.
Yeah.
That we're leaving it up to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is another one of those things. So you're fine with some of the other things that we're leaving it up to them.
But I'm just trying to be devil's advocate on that sense.
They have lots of opportunities to work with people and they're working with an architect. Let them figure it out.
Yeah, I don't, it's a no for me. I'm sorry.
It's a yes for me with impede, but if you guys want another word, that's a little, softer, I'd go with hinder or diminish, and I'd vote for them too. Art, what do you say? Let's.
Very sexy. I like
Okay.
diminish.
Art likes it to, Art wants sexy code. You good with sexy diminish? This dials back on that one.
It could be,
Well, diminish.
it could be.
They all agree to it if the board and the architects agree.
Doesn't say block. It doesn't say block. It says.
But that's the thing, because you're not listing the tools. So it doesn't say must be of masonry, wood. It doesn't list it here. So it's to the discretion of the board to decide what's right or wrong in the sense. And I, again, that's a conversation they can have, and I don't think this is necessary, again, to say that we are impeding
This
it.
is what creates the conversation to happen. Without this,
have
then
it.
there's no conversation to have.
If you don't have it, then
Guys, what I said, privacy, again, wasn't my main concern here, was articulation, structure. You said the same thing. So for me, again, we're talking about privacy and how we avoid our neighbor to see us from which window. We're going to ask for opaque windows. We're going to ask for no windows or clerestory window, or certain types of windows, just to, be able to advocate for privacy. Again,
We took that out. It's gone. So, and look, guys, it gets a little frustrating sometimes. I'm just gonna be honest. When we talk about, it's too prescriptive. And now you've taken it all out, and well, what tools are they gonna use to do this? In other words, make it more prescriptive again.
no, all I said is I'm not okay with with that point. So
Or
we'll
no.
take it out.
Can
No,
we wrap
that's it.
this up? The word impede is what's here being agreed on right now for consensus. I'll live with impede. If you want to make it softer or make it diminish, I'm good with diminish. I'm good with hinder. So whatever, Jonathan, what are your feelings on this? Let's wrap this up. I'm done. We're done. We are done. Like, really, we need to be done. We have to make decisions, guys.
How do you feel about in diminish?
But the thing is that she could probably make some more tweaks at first reading, by the way, I think.
I'm looking at a different operative word than you guys. I'm looking at shall. Shall in statutory construction means that you don't have a choice. You have to do this, that it is required. So if we're talking about starting the conversation, then that's what the word I focus on. I focus on should. It should diminish. So then you're not beholden to these things, but that's what I'm saying. I'm focusing on different operative words. So I don't know if this is something that's.
Are you guys good with diminish?
Would
Should
that,
diminish?
but
Should.
would that work
Should.
for you? Would-
No, if you take shall out, they don't have to do it.
Yeah,
Should
would that work
diminish?
for,
Should
I'll
and they
take
don't
it.
have to do it either.
Exactly. If you take, you remove any word but shall, or you remove shall and you replace it with just about anything other than like must, then they don't have to do it. And this is completely superfluous. Right. So that's what I'm saying. So it's either, yes, we're impairing, impeding, diminishing, whatever visibility, or we're not. It's one or the other. It's binary. So that's the thing I'm being held up on.
But using the analogy of the picture window, what would your opinion be on having somebody have a picture window overlooking their neighbor's yard? So how would you define that if you were against it or for it? I guess that's the best way of.
Yeah, it just,
So
a
we're not
window,
gonna
yeah,
be
right. A window is a window. If
So
they're,
now we're gonna be
if they're
descriptive and
looking,
say what type of windows you have.
I understand that. But we're looking. I mean, if you put this in to start the discussion and you say, should be designed in a way, I understand the impact that it has, but if it's reading into the code that they have to design something, or they should be designing something in a way that diminishes visibility, I'd be fine with that, but requiring it starts the conversation, you're right, but it also requires them to do something, doesn't it? It's the same thing. So should be designed in a manner as to impede visibility, that would be something fine with me, but that's different from what everybody else is saying.
But Ed, is that? I mean, I'm just saying.
I mean, it encourages it, but it doesn't require it. That's the problem.
I don't think they want to require is what.
Okay, but I'm just saying, if somebody came in with a big picture window and we said, we really don't want you to have that picture window overlooking your neighbors.
And they say, well, there's nothing you can do to stop them.
Unless it falls under that subjective harmonious clause. But that's a different conversation. No, I agree with you. I completely agree with you. And should has an interpretation of doesn't require. So I don't know that I would be in favor of shall. I don't know if there's something else that you guys would propose, but that's just the way that I feel. I don't know if that resolves the issue or not, to be quite honest.
Hate everything we did tonight.
any other way written, it just takes away the teeth, so they really have no teeth, if it's not required, so. I don't see any other way to put this down other than the way it's written.
It just isn't this generally like a negotiation. I mean, you say, well, we'd really like for you to impede this.
Yeah.
And they come back and say, okay, we can do this.
Yeah, we put a clear story window or we frosted it or, it is.
But if that's not there, you have no say whatsoever.
We have no say now, so.
Till the day an attorney walks in and says, it's not in your code, you can't make me. And I work for a big, rich developer and I'll sue you. So give me whatever I want right now. I got to get out of here.
Talking about a balcony, right? So right
Or
now
talk
we're
about
on the
windows,
balcony.
We're talking about windows. Well, it's the same operative language.
It's all visual.
Gage, do you have, look, you've had one person come in and say, look, we've done it to code. I understand. We talked about that. How often does that happen? Do you have people come in and just say, we've done it? Screw you guys. Sorry, excuse me. I mean, this is a negotiation tactic. I understand, and that's great.
You know,
That's
here's the thing.
helpful.
Here's the thing. We as a board are becoming fatigued with the fact that every person that comes in, we have to do this with.
Mm.
That there's nothing in the code that makes it so when they walk in the door, they already are doing it. It's like we have to spend hours negotiating with these, with people, you know, cajoling them, nudging them to go a certain way. The entire point of this process was to have something a little bit more so that when they do walk in, they're already in that direction. Yeah, but we also have people.
It's why,
sitting here
it's
saying, "I
why
want to look at my kids."
municipalities write code with words like shall and hard and fast rules on them and numbers because they want it to be adhered to. So they put it in the code.
Gage, based on your
Lots of things in our
representation
code.
that this is a negotiation tactic and that you guys work with developers. If we want to drop impede to diminish, then I would say it's fine. And I can go with it.
To diminish.
Diminish, I'll agree to diminish.
Yes,
Okay, we're good, done. Is
correct.
that the last detail?
That's it.
Okay. You want a motion to adjourn or do you have other things to do with?
No, we don't have anything else. Motion to adjourn.
So let me just
Motion
ask,
to
is this now going to first reading? So it'll come back to you for first reading?
Yeah,
I think we've resolved everything.
I
No,
hope so. I hope so too.
so it can just come back at a
And
regular.
can that
commission
be on
meeting?
first reading
The
in June?
changes that we've implemented
Does
here
that
this
come back?
evening.
You have to be here for first reading, Alex?
Yeah.
You have to be here for first reading?
We did everything. We covered
I believe we
everything.
did.
Mario, can we get this on June? Ed, can you get this on June?
You want to,
The change-
the first reading, for the
Meeting.
regular commission meeting?
Pretty minor.
Okay, it sounds like it.
Okay,
Let's do it.
great. Awesome.
That's exactly my point.